One, two.
Thank you.
The stream is on, so if you could just say for people on the stream, I don't know when you're going to start, probably in like 15.
In 15 minutes?
I don't know.
Can somebody put it in the chat? Testing, testing.
One, two.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3.
Good morning, everybody. Just letting you know that we will be starting in the next 15 minutes. So if you want to grab a coffee, a tea, now is the time to do that. Thank you. All right, we're about to start. I'd like to ask all our guests to come back to the room. Grab your coffee, your tea, as we're about to start in the next minute or so. The color is nice, no?
I actually saw it yesterday. Like, going to fight with me. Then I'm like, today let me do it first thing when I just get here.
What were you testing? Color?
Yeah. But I had to match with that green there. See the eye cloud. Yeah. What time are we finishing today?
5.
5.
It's a long one. They get the light there. Just for 1 or 2. All right, good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to day two of the African Intermediaries Forum. Welcome to everybody who's joining us online and everybody who's here in Johannesburg at the Tshimologong precinct. Yes, for those of you who were not here yesterday, my name is Timi with a Y, and I have the privilege and the honor of being the program director for this forum. Before we start, I'd like us to give a big round of applause. You know, yesterday we gave a shout out to the curatorial team, but we did not give a shout out to the technical crew, the people working on the cameras, on the sound, and the social media. So just to get us, warmed up, let's please give them a warm round of appreciation before we start. Woo-hoo! I say this because these are the people that are making us sound good and look good, all right? And are making sure that people who are joining us online are also part of this event. So just a quick recap of yesterday. We were asking ourselves, who sets the compass? We had opening remarks from Tshimologong Precinct, as well as our key partner, GIZ. We also then looked at a case study from West Grow, a multifaceted approach to growth and innovation, working with different partners across different spaces and backgrounds. We also had a really lovely panel from representatives from Senegal, from Nigeria and South Africa, asking ourselves what are the tensions, the expectations and assumptions around these assumed roles. Today we're asking ourselves who sets the domain, really looking at ways in which we can disrupt, unpack and challenge this very interesting landscape that we're navigating currently in research, in business, in intelligence, and of course in audience engagement, particularly on diverse platforms, diverse digital platforms on the region or in the region, as well as in the diaspora. Again, our hashtag is Fak'ugesi 2022. I want to give a huge shout out actually to Yojita. They're the only person that I saw on Twitter highlighting the presentation from, and you, Eduardo, as well. Highlighting the presentation from Monica yesterday. So I encourage you to please share your contributions, your comments, your questions, your provocations, your challenges via that hashtag so we can really include as many diverse perspectives as possible. Before we start, I'm going to ask you to please people were in the gaming room yesterday, animation, as well as the mixed group. If there are any insights or thoughts that came out of that open space, I know that the animation group took 2.5 hours, if I'm not mistaken, really, really getting down or deep diving into that conversation around assumed roles and tensions and assumptions around that space. So if there's anything that you've been stewing over since yesterday, we have a roving mic just to get a couple of comments from people who are part of that conversation. It doesn't have to be from the open space, maybe from just the whole day yesterday. I see there's already one hand. Ayo, please kick us off.
All right, good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
I was in the animation breakout session, and it was very insightful. I had some good team members, and we really contributed a lot. Realized how much South Africa has really done in terms of animation, in terms of skill sets and all that. However, I think we did have some takeaways in terms of those participants that are missing in the room. And I don't know, I have some of my guys also here, they might want to also add to it. But one of the things that stuck to me was that we're actually missing enough content in the animation market to actually create a large enough industry. And we agreed that I think it's because the animation industry is like an elitist, industry.
Yeah.
And it means that we're actually creating content for those elites as well, not those on the ground. So we talked about how can we create more content that are not necessarily elitist and up there in terms of quality and standard, but can be churned out as fast as possible, that can connect to the villages and the grassroots. We're talking about going around in villages with animation cinema or something like that.
Yeah.
What else are key points? Yeah, I think for me that's what I'm taking home, and we'll try and do better also in Nigeria and see how we can actually improve animation and Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I think we did speak about that, like how do people perceive this industry? And as you're saying, elitist, a hobby, unreal even, or even perhaps not even important considering the Maslow's hierarchy of needs, right? Anybody else would like to share their own comments? Anything that you've been sitting with since yesterday? Yeah, go ahead.
My name is Tatiana, Games for Change Africa. So yesterday on our gaming group, let me call that, we were really discussing a lot, the interventions with the government and everything. And it was quite interesting that we had our colleague from France and we were asking, but how are you solving those problems? And, what is the best practice? What are the things that worked? And it was quite interesting to know that there were some things that didn't work. And, it kind of took a long time. And yes, we're kind of on the right track. But I guess the other thing that was really amazing is to have the time and the opportunity to really sit together and just speak with, our heart open about the things that really troubling us, and also understand that we're in the same boat. Maybe we're not in the same boat, but definitely we're in the same storm. In that industry, and we can help each other, and there are people who are willing to help and willing to connect. So that's why thank you so much for organizing that type of activity. It was really amazing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I remember when I was part of one of the open spaces on Saturday, somebody was like, okay, but we keep talking. What's going to happen after this? And somebody actually said, there's power in that talking. There's power in that dialogue. You later realize, oh my goodness, my perspective has changed because of that dialogue. So yeah, kudos to the team for organizing that. I don't know if there are any comments in the Zoom. If so, I'll probably just share them later in the program. I don't know if there's anybody else who'd like to share their comments as well. Nope. All right. So we're going to go straight into it. To kickstart our session today, we will have Dr. Tegan Bristow and Eduardo Cachucho, who will be really sharing the interim research and network mapping, which is supported by GIZ. I was very, very thrilled to know that we've already launched the platform, the Intermediaries platform. And so today we'll hear some of those findings around that research, as well as hearing a little bit about how this platform is going to work. So to introduce Dr. Tegan, she is Fak'ugesi's principal researcher and senior lecturer at the Wits School of Arts, the Digital Arts Department, with a specialization on African art, culture, and technology. Bristow acts as editor-in-chief and digital editor of the Ellipsis Journal for Creative Research. Let's please welcome her on stage with a warm round of applause. Welcome.
Thank you.
I just also wanted to say that we will have the two presentations and then we'll end maybe 15 minutes before 11 just to give our panelists who will be coming on stage an opportunity to get mic'd. But yeah, I'm handing over to you. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much, Timmy. This feels so formal because we've all been hanging out, and I know a lot of people online I met yesterday too, so it's great to be here, but it feels weird holding a mic and talking to you very formally. So as you know, you're all here because you have been participating in some form or another in the research that we have been doing, and what we're going to do today is actually just present an interim version of that research. So we're kind of 2/3 of the way through, we're not completely finished, but we thought it would be worthwhile showing to you what we have found and how we're planning to present it back to you. And this is in addition to the platform which Eduardo has been working on with the Fak'ugesi team. I'm going to start with a little bit of an introduction. So for those of you who saw this presentation on Saturday morning, some of this is crossing over, but many of you weren't there. So essentially just to kind of let you know formally that this is mapping and research supported by the GIZ with Wits University's Digital Arts Department in partnership with Fak'ugesi Festival. And our purpose is to understand the landscape of intermediaries in the digital creative industries in Africa with a special focus on animation, gaming, and immersive media. So this is, I'll explain a little bit more, but what we're doing through this research is also building a huge network of intermediaries. So many of you you're meeting each other here for the first time, but we've met online before. We're also connecting with an amazing group of people who were part of our boot camp last year. So with the GIZ, the kind of first bit of work that we did for the intermediaries was the boot camp. There's a wonderful video that the GIZ have worked together with us on, which I'm going to show now. Does it just run? Oh yeah, cool, thanks. My name is Dr. Tegan, and I work for the Digital Arts Department of the School of Arts, and I'm also former director of the Fak'ugesi African Digital Innovation Festival. In 2019, we conducted pilot research with the GIC and established that there was an enormous lack of individuals and organizations that act as industry intermediaries for the
1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
Yeah. Thank you. Are we also back online? Just to, if okay, great. So sorry for all the people online. We just had load shedding, but the generators are back up, and I think the Kamo and Melissa, and Michaela have been the amazing students in the background who've been watching the thing. I've been looking at that with you. So please hold tight, and we're nearly back on. Eduardo's going to try and scrub to where we left off in the video so you can hear the participants' positions, and then we'll go from there a little bit further. Thank you for your patience. Hey, you good? Okay. Thank you. Intermediaries Bootcamp marks the beginning of a series of actions and new work with Wits University and its Mobile Innovation Precinct. And one of the primary concerns is the role of government, because governance and their politics and policies impact on how the digital creative industries can or cannot do business. Therefore, part of the work for the Wits School of Arts and the GIZ going forward will be helping communities to map their way towards self-organization, and in doing so, to mobilize their governments. It was actually great to meet some other people that actually work in the same field, collaborate with people, being ecosystem builder. I think from a programmatic perspective, I loved the diversity of voices in the room. It was really great to be in the bootcamp with people who are more advanced markets, who can kind of give us a foreshadowing of what exactly is entailed in the market when it comes to partnerships, when it comes to funding. Someone who's very interested in what people are passionate about. So it was very insightful to know more about how people got into the industry, what helped them get to where they are. I love the idea of organizational culture as well, that you don't just partner randomly, that it's strategic, it's intentional. Having an extended pan-African network is really valuable in terms of what systems do we need to set up, what collaborations do we need to be creating. The lessons, the resources, the connections were invaluable to me. Just having an exchange between market leaders, African creators, and other intermediaries was simply beautiful. One of our primary aims at ADMI is supporting young creatives to turn their passion into a profession. And so the more opportunities that we can give them, real world work opportunities with real companies, the more resources our entire sector has as far as the human capacity. So that's one benefit that we are going to be getting out of this program. Great. So I think that gives you a very good idea of what happened in the boot camp. And it was completely online. It was in one of those moments where we were still trying to figure out how to connect with everybody, but we had an extraordinary group of people joining in on Discord. That community is still very, very present, in addition to the people who presented on the program. And at that time, we were like, what do we know about intermediaries? How do we understand what it is that they do? And it was really an opportunity for us to speak to the best of the best that we knew who were working in the sector in Africa to come and present on some of the issues that they were having, some of the key things that they had learned in their careers to this community of young people. So now what we're doing is obviously the forum, which has kind of built on that in addition to the research. And we will be taking forward ways and mechanisms to try and figure out how we can bring the whole community together for training, for professional support, and also find out how the communities in their different countries themselves can mobilize and disseminate this information within their own frameworks. We can't do everything from here all the time. I think the screen's gone off. Has it? Okay, cool. So some of the key things that we learned was from the boot camp and working with all of those people for that time over the course of boot camp was without intermediaries working to support the digital creative industry, its respective sectors in Africa will not thrive. So we need to improve quality and marketability of content in addition to finding ways to aggregate and build digital platforms to secure copyright and collections infrastructure. There's an infancy of intermediary roles in the continent, and I'll speak to this a little bit more as we go along. And also value chains are not well understood and have gaps. A full understanding and optimization of the value chains for each sector is not well established. So for instance, mobile games, in Africa, free-to-play is the best type of game for those kinds of audiences, and yet local advertisers aren't advertising in mobile games. So these are small little examples of where things can be fixed, how we need to understand better the different value chains. It's very complicated. And we're also working across 3 sectors, so digital animation, digital gaming, and immersive media. I also just want to quickly highlight that Lisa Pasha, who sat in the room there yesterday, who will be chasing around to fill out forms and also to fill out forms online, has been working very closely with us to really kind of unpack the community from a kind of monitoring and evaluation perspective, so knowing what the sort of flow of information and growth is over these last 2 years, and she's very present with us today. So jumping into the research directly, so some of you have been interacting with Mkgosistle. There he is at the back, very busy on his computer. He's been coming in with me to act as research assistant and bringing all the research together. And obviously I'm working out of the digital arts department, so the head of my department and one of the key gaming lecturers is here too, in addition to a whole host of amazing students who you can see holding notebooks and taking amazing amounts of notes at the back, who are documenting all the key topics and the questions that are coming out of this forum. So the research basically took place we're kind of halfway through, we're not completely finished yet, and I'll explain why that is. So we have 2 ways of working. We have a questionnaire, which so far has gone out from our own list. So we started with a list of 126 intermediaries, those from the boot camp and those that we knew. And we extended this into snowball sampling. So for every single one of those people, we asked them, if they wanted to, they didn't have to, we asked them to recommend 2 other people that we should talk to. So we're aware that if we went and did a sort of mass email out to the creative industries, we would get a lot of people sending us information that we didn't want. So we didn't want to hear from the first-time animator, for instance. We really wanted to hear from the intermediaries themselves. So what was really exciting for us is that from that 126 group, 93 of our participants actually came from recommendations. So that's like more than half, which is quite a lot. So it's a really exciting way to do research, but we're also beginning to understand through that how the communities work. So if Nafi recommends people to me, then I know in her ecosystem who she's working with and who she thinks are significant to be part of this. So we're beginning to understand a map, essentially, not just understanding who's there, but also how they're connected, so a kind of network map as well. And then outside of the questionnaire, we're also doing one-on-one interviews. This is a lot of hard work, especially since we're doing it online. We're wanting to do 50. So far, we've done about 20. And in here, we're basically making a good balance of people across different countries, across different sectors, across different kinds of intermediate roles, genders and ages, to get a good view on some of the closer detail of the questionnaire. So very quickly, what are we asking? What are we trying to get here? So we're first finding out the sector. So we're working with the GIZ who specifically are interested in digital animation, gaming, and immersive media. So we're asking people which sectors they work in. We're understanding if they work in subsectors or if they work out of sector. Operating cities and countries. Many companies are operating in a lot of countries across Africa and the world. Some of them are only operating in one country or one city. Companies, individuals, both. We find that because intermediaries are really new in the space, they often have a company or work at a company, but then also work for themselves. So we're trying to understand how many companies exist in intermediary work, how many people are acting as individuals, and both. Country networks. So we want to know, and I think this is really like pushed by Lisa and her findings from the boot camp. We want to know how people are interacting across the continent. Are they interacting across the continent? And who are the networks that they're really engaging in? So for instance, we know that the animation network is very French-orientated. We know that the gaming network is very German-orientated from an international perspective. But what's happening with everybody on the ground? Then we're looking at intermediary actions. We have a long list of like, this is what you can be as an intermediary. Identify yourself. So people have been self-identifying or a lot of different roles, and I'll talk to that just now. We were also very interested, and this came from the bootcamp too, from Lisa's kind of close attention to what was happening there. We see that people who are intermediaries have been in the digital creative sector for quite a long time. And they're falling into these roles because they have to, because of need, the things that they need to happen is not being met by anyone else. So we're quite interested in understanding how long people have been in the creative industries versus how long they've been an intermediary, and understanding the difference between intermediaries from that perspective. In the same way, what are their current roles? What did they do before? How did they get to this space? So really understanding the journey of the intermediary. Then government support. Do they receive government support? And are they part of sector bodies and professional networks? And then obviously the normal demographic stuff, male, female, gender, age. And then again, snowball sampling, like I said before, which has been so vital to us to understand that network and get a really great community of people participating in this research. The interviews have been, again, quite focused around similar topics, but really digging a little bit deeper. So we want to understand what actual actions are people taking in the market and how do they understand the value of those. Do they have aspirational markets? Are there markets that they really wish they'd be working with, both in the continent and overseas? And we're really surprised by this every single time we asked it. People are really wanting to work a lot more together across the continent than we originally imagined. Then the journey of the intermediary, speaking to that person, how did they get here? What did they do first? Were they ever educated in this particular role? And most, of course, are not. Audience innovation, how are people trying to access audiences? What are they doing to get to markets? And then IP and copyright management. This is a question that comes up again and again, and is never well answered, and I'll speak to it a little bit more. And then a kind of focus around government support, industry bodies, and policy awareness. So this is information that we're kind of digging out from this community, slowly but surely. So, insight so far. This is who we've spoken to so far. I'd say 2/3 the way through. So far, we have questionnaires from 147 participants. 85% of them are under 45, and 64% of them are men. So as we go along, we're trying really hard to make sure we get a good sector balance. So about a month ago, we had a lot more animation in the pie, and now we have a lot more gaming because we went down a kind of gaming avenue, so we'll pick up the animation again. We're trying to get as much of a balance as we can. Gender is still really low in the sectors, the digital creative sectors, but we're working really hard to try and connect to as many women as we can to find out what their experiences are in this. And I think the age category makes sense to me. The bigger one is 36 to 45. So it's people who may have been in the sector for a while already. They're quite established in what they're doing and needing to fill particular roles. So this is the kind of basic stuff. So I'm going to give you interim insights. This is not finished. Please don't hold this as fact and complete because it's not. So one of the things that we're finding is that we also ask people to explain to us if they worked across sectors. So And one of the categories is I don't work specifically in any one of these sectors, I work outside of the sector. So the 28% of people that we've spoken to don't specifically work in any of the three sectors. And we found that they're either operating in a more generalized frame, like digital art or digital music, or are within this group of people. So cultural programming, digital content promotion, training and education, incubators and accelerators, government and industry support, business development, 4IR and digital sector support, and cultural diplomacy. So this makes sense, right? So people who are like looking at the sector, supporting the sector, but not specifically like in gaming or anything like that. So the subsector work was also very interesting for us. We asked people if they worked in any of the other sectors, primary sectors as subsectors. And we found that gaming, people in gaming sector really tried to stay within games as much as possible. And obviously, we're reading a lot of other sector reports. We're looking at a lot of things. The students have been writing endless numbers of literature reviews on those reports, which is very helpful. And we found that with gaming, it's so specific in terms of production and distribution and so different from animation and immersive media that this did kind of make sense, that it's really quite specific. They're unlikely to kind of go out of those frameworks. But we are still seeing quite a lot of people who identify as working with immersive and in animation, but more so in immersive, and I imagine because immersive gaming is also quite closely connected to that. 47% of the animation sector only work in animation, with 31 in games and 22 in immersive, and 39 of the immersive media sector respondents only work in immersive media. So that's much lower, focusing more on animation and then also games, but it's quite well balanced. So what we're understanding from this is that in immersive, sorry, I need to scratch my nose. In immersive, it's such a new sector, and there are not a lot of producers in that space. They're still trying to find their way through because the market is not quite ready. So to train up whole new producers or whole new distributor channels would be really hard, and those people wouldn't necessarily be able to hold their careers. This is a great conversation I had in one of the breakouts yesterday with Ingrid, actually. And we know that because of this, they are kind of working with other sectors to see their work come about and interact. But we are seeing that people that identify as working in subsectors are also in professional training, supporting funding and investment, online content promotion, advocacy, tech companies supporting digital production, and more. So this is not conclusive, but we're getting a picture of how the intermediaries are sitting and what it is that they're doing. We will be digging into this a lot more and getting a sense of like those people that are only in gaming, what actually are their particular roles. So we haven't quite scraped that out. This is top level scraping at this point, and we'll be building it out a lot more. So role diversity was really interesting to us because we've never kind of asked people directly what did it, self-identify as an intermediary, and most people don't even know that they're an intermediary. A lot of people who come be like, oh yeah, I'm an intermediary, that's right. And obviously we're finding digital content producers being the highest number, and this is mostly because people co-identify with a lot of other roles. So you're a digital content producer and a publisher, a digital content producer and a talent aggregator. And so, by the way, people could choose more than one. We asked them to limit to 5, but some people checked all the boxes, which is really interesting and also shows a bit of a crisis, actually, that so many people are taking on so many roles. There's not one place that's specifically publishing or specifically distribution or specifically talent aggregation. So this is really a crisis for us, and we will start unpacking and start looking at the trends of who exactly, how are these roles being bundled, how are people managing them, what are they doing. We're also seeing a lot of professional training coming out, which is really exciting to see. There's a lot more organizations across the continent who are training in these spaces, which is exciting. But we see very, very few publishers, distributors, or aggregators. That number is right at the bottom of the list, and different for different sectors. And we really want to go into this and explore it a lot more. But for now, and I did have this in the pack, we are a little bit concerned about these particular ones because the numbers are really low, the percentages are really low. But we're also finding that, for instance, content aggregators and animation is really low, and we're wondering why that is. Why isn't there a a place where people are aggregating animation, where you can go and you can see African animation or promoting African animation. The same goes with talent aggregators. We're not seeing a lot of people identifying as talent aggregators for the animation space. Publishers as well. But we're also seeing that immersive media is like checking high in most of those spaces except for talent aggregators. And we realize that the people in immersive media are actually doing it all. So there'll be like a few companies that are literally trying to do all of these things together. So we will kind of unravel and unpack this a little bit more, but we're finding it very, very interesting as we go along. And we're very excited about sharing this with you. Okay, sorry, I feel like I'm droning. Let me not. All right, and then these two we felt were kind of realistic balances. We know that the training, professional training, and kind of academic training, we're getting a really nice balance across all of these spaces, which is great. And also festivals and expos, this is very realistic. We know there are no immersive media festivals on the continent at all. So if people have checked that, they're making it as part of their existing program, essentially. All right, so this one was a big shocker, but maybe not. We asked people whether they work with governments or receive government support, and 77% of them said absolutely no, and only 23% said yes. This is not quite right yet because we haven't gone through it all in detail, but the biggest percentage was South Africa, followed by Kenya, and then followed by Senegal. So at first we thought, okay, well, this is because most of our answers are from South Africa, Kenya, or Senegal. But in fact, Senegal is one of we haven't had that many participants from Senegal at all. So it was really interesting to us that the people that we were talking to are, in fact, getting government support there. It was also interesting that these are the 3 regions that the GIZ support, and we wondered if that had something to do with it. But our highest ratio of completed questionnaires is from South Africa, Kenya, Nigeria, Ghana, and Senegal. But we're not seeing, obviously, a lot of people from Nigeria or Ghana saying that they're getting government support. And as we interview people, we're beginning to unpack what that means and why that is. All right, so top-level findings. So far, one of the things that we're concerned about also when it comes to government is that people don't really understand the link between industry groups and professional bodies and how they can actually engage governments and work with governments. So we started asking how many people are part of professional networks, and we found that non-registered professional networks, the yellow, and professional networks via an incubator or a grant, the pink, are actually the highest number of people associated with those, and fewer people are associated with registered and formal sector bodies. This is really interesting, but also shows us that these are the people that we should be talking to. So the professional networks are the most powerful. How do we get them to start registering and lobbying and working with government in different ways? Or how do we get government to work with them? I was also quite interested to look at this across the sectors, and you'll see that obviously animation is much higher in the kind of formal sector bodies and industry bodies, followed by gaming, and then kind of immersive media after that. We still need to unravel this and look at it a little bit closer, but it shows us how people are interacting and getting support, and mostly it's from each other at this point, and that's really significant. Okay, so this is just a kind of last little bit, but when we've been talking to people, we've been quite interested in the intermediary journey. How do you become an intermediary? No one trains as an intermediary. No one gets there because they did it at university. Everybody we've been speaking to literally falls into it out of need or passion or seeing the industry grow. So we have been sort of asking people to tell us what they think is really missing for intermediaries as skill sets. And I thought I'd share this with you today as kind of like unconclusive list, but you know, a list nonetheless. So they say organizational communication and sharing information is really lacking. The ability to perform research in the sector and on a context, business intelligence, good teams, partnership and co-production development, the value of a good contract. Somebody just said that. They were like, this is really missing. Network building, finance management, and the relationship between technical infrastructure and talent. So this is just a short list of the things that we're finding, and we kind of really look forward to sharing more with you. And one of the things that we found out in the interviews also was that IP management and copyright claims are just not managed. Most people are just not dealing with it. They're just ignoring it and pretending it's not there because it's just too hard and too complicated. It has a lot to do with their particular legal environments, but also because it's a kind of unknown space. And those who are looking at it are doing it with a lot of support, so having like lawyers helping them who are coming into the companies and working with them, or have done it for so long they know what they're doing. And then policy and strategic framework awareness is also super low. People don't really know what their governments are doing to help them, how they can get involved in that, and there's a lot of unclarity on how people can interact with their governments and do things. So we know that these are things that we can focus on as we go along, amongst many, many other things. It's been very exciting to unpack this work. So one of the things that we're doing is we'll obviously write a full report, and we're reading a lot. The students have been reading a lot. So reading all the current sector reports, seeing how they align, seeing how this fits in with what the other findings that people are having. But we also thought it was really important that the community of people that have been kind of engaging us with us on this also have access to this research. And we've put together, it was meant to be a little bit further along by this point, and I was hoping to show you more, but I have an interface with no data on it just yet. But I thought I'd show you what it is that we're planning, how we're planning to share just the mapping, at least with you. I made a little video this morning of myself clicking through it, and I'm going to talk you through it. I hope I'm not faster than I am. So essentially, what we have is, does it play? Is it playing? Can you help me play it? Oh, click on it, thanks. All right, there we go. So we ask, you can set up a comparative landscape. So you can choose which countries or regions or cities you would like to assess. So for instance, if you wanted to look at Southern Africa but exclude South Africa, you could do that. So we're giving people the power to really kind of make a comparative encounter. You can also click on the map itself and see numbers come up. Sorry, the data is not there. If you see numbers, they're not real. We have a sector filter, so you can choose to look at very particular sectors or a group of sectors, and then from that also look at how, based on your comparative area, how that fits in. We're looking at whether they're companies, whether they're individuals, different kinds of organizations. So you can turn that on and off, basically, to be able to like output your own view of the mapping. And then also filter roles. So if you want to look at particular kinds of roles or a grouping of roles, you can then output for that particularly. So we thought this was really important because it allows people using the space to investigate a little bit more, to output information that they're particularly interested in, and to turn things on and off. We'll be outputting the mapping, so the list of people who've been engaged, as well as reports on those separate regions, so you can actually download the whole list, see the companies of the selection that you've made. Following that, we've got, based on the selection, you can see the demographics for that selection. You can see the age, gender, sorry, am I being a bit slow with myself, race, and then also you can download specific reports on this if you need to. And then the other one is actually a view on how long people have been in the sector versus how long they've been in the working as an intermediary, and also a sort of focus on industry support specifically. And for each section, we will allow a kind of download report so that you can either choose the people you want to be looking at specifically or just read that section specifically in addition to a complete report. So yeah, these numbers are not real. Please don't judge. This is just an interface. And we'd really like some feedback from you on this later. Are there things that you think need to be here? Are there things that you would like to see more of? And that's pretty much it there. I think that's me. Yeah, and just to say that we are engaging a lot of the reports that exist. We're trying to find ways to discuss and write about them within the context of research that is already there. And the output report will include a lot of work in connection with that specifically. And next it's Eduardo. Yeah.
All right, let's give Dr. Tegan a big round of applause. I'm sure most of you have comments and questions. Please include that in the chat or use the hashtag. We'll also have an opportunity to take some of those comments after Eduardo's presentation. All right, let me introduce Eduardo. He is the creative director for the Fak'ugesi African Digital Innovation Festival. He's also a program consultant, an artist, and ex-architect. I didn't know that. Wow, okay. He has worked in digital innovation in the creative sector for over a decade, both locally and internationally, believing that digital creative practices are the key to sustainable empowerment in South Africa and across the country and across countries of Africa. All right, let's give him a round of applause. Definitely a multi-hyphenate.
Alrighty. I won't talk too long on this, but I think also leading from what Tegan's been talking about was just looking at this incredible research that she's been collecting, this year, but also from her kind of boot camp last year, coming on, and maybe I'll also kind of give a bit of history of how I've gotten into this kind of intermediary state. As Tumi was mentioning, I was an architect. I actually worked, I didn't really like architecture all that much, so I started working actually a lot in communications for architecture firms because architects don't know how to tell their stories to the public. And that was one of the things I kind of realized immediately coming onto this project was there's a real problem with intermediaries being able to say what they actually do, and no one understands what it is. And that's quite a big problem to solve. And I think like having this research from Tegan is like gold because it gives us a lot of pointers as to what is missing, how are people not understanding their roles, and because of some of what she was saying, because of how people fall into these roles. It's not like you go study an intermediaries master's at university. You end up finding yourself in these places. And as, I can't remember who it was that was saying it yesterday, about also the problem in the creative sector is that often creatives are in that sector, so they often don't have a lot of the kind of project management skills or that are needed in these kind of intermediary spaces. So when we were kind of looking around the problems of something like an intermediaries platform, what we realized is actually some of the biggest problem is communications issues. So, there's a lot of creative platforms out there and a lot of platforms for creatives. But what we realized was that there's not really a place that describes the role of intermediaries and how important they are in making the industry work. So I'll kind of just stream through this. So a lot of what our kind of intermediaries platform deals with is actually a lot of communication around what is an intermediary, what do they do. We even had spoken quite a long time to see if we could make up a new name for intermediaries. That didn't really work because that was going to make things more complicated. But we've come up with, there's Maya from Fak'ugesi, there's Quasi, who's a new character from the intermediaries platform. And then I think one of the kind of key things that then has unlocked is that we're actually setting up people who can support intermediaries. So basically you will apply onto the platform, but in fact, we have an amazing person. She's a cultural anthropologist, and she's also worked a lot in communications. I don't know if maybe Krista is on the line, but we're very excited to work with her because she is really able to kind of straddle the technical side and then the public side, because I think that's a really important element, is how do we describe to the world what we do in very clear and simple ways. I don't think the way to do it is to add more complication. If we want government to really be on board, they need to be able to see things very simply and be like, oh, wow, that's important. We need to invest in this sector. So a lot of what we'll do is that people will submit their profiles, but then in fact we will sit with you and really speak it through. I think it's a large part of like a festival, is we end up taking all of that content and trying to strip away the complexity and make things really understandable for the public, because you can't throw the public all of these curveballs in terms of technical information. And I think what this will really help us to do is also to to then better connect with the creators. Because I think another problem then that we had was if you just load creators onto a platform, it's also extremely confusing and you don't understand where the links between people are. But the incredible thing that doing this through the intermediary side does is that you start understanding the network and how it works. So, for example, if Tegan is on the intermediaries platform, you would very quickly understand how she and her network starts connecting people across the continent, and then how that overlaps with my network and other people. So we're also really excited about what that means for the creatives, because it also will locate creative practice within a bigger network. So it's not just a project that happens somewhere. For example, like the DLA project that I also work on, or a previous project that I worked on called Collab Now. By loading on those projects, you understand how the network starts growing over time. And I think what Tegan was also showing her kind of data, I mean, the hope is also that the platform itself will also start pulling data from those interactions between people. So you'd similarly be able to see how this network is growing and what the connections are across the region, but also then what connections are missing and do we not have in the region. So, I mean, that's a monumental task. I mean, it sometimes gives me the shivers, this project, thinking about how complex it is, but I think also it's really exciting in terms of, you know, when we have these working parts all connected, I think it's going to, yeah, it's going to start pulling really interesting information out, but then also more importantly, I think we're going to be able to better describe this work to our governments, to corporates, to really start getting, you know, serious funding in this space into the intermediaries development. So yeah, I think, Tegan, is that good?
Great, let's give Eduardo a round of applause as well.
Thanks.
Thanks, Eduardo, for being so succinct and together. I felt like I was droning on a little bit. Are we sitting here?
No, you have hardcore data.
Yeah, I think the joy of working in a kind of ecosystem between Wits, Fak'ugesi, and Smologong is that it really allows us to do this work together. It's not just academics sitting behind a desk and a computer, but it's actually people who are interacting with artists, with the industry, you know, thinking about how this event and other events around the country and around the continent can start being part of this network of work. Yeah. So we're here to take questions. Anything particular out of the room? Everyone's very quiet. Yes, hi.
Thanks to me. Thanks for two great presentations and amazing research. My name's Dimitri Martinez. I was really interested in the sector definition and the subsectors because it's something that I've in the film and TV industry seen that very often there aren't the sort of economic classifications that match with sort of official economic data. So, you know, what kind of work do you anticipate might be happening in that domain? So I looked, for example, at there was a creative industries report that as far back as 2008, UNCTAD did, but I haven't seen anything more recently, and I'm just wondering if there is scope in identifying and whether there is actually a need for that.
Yeah, so I mean, working with the GIZ, we were for this mapping particularly, we were commissioned to look at those three sectors, but we're quite interested in understanding how they intersect and the people who are kind of working on the periphery of them. And you'll see in the pack, we'd also try to define some of those sectors in a little bit and kind of write about where they sit. And obviously it's very messy and they intersect in different places in different ways. But one of the things that we are seeing from the sector reports themselves, so Mologong, along with various funders, including the French, put out a really amazing report from the called For the Win on the gaming sector in 2021, last year. And in that, there was a lot of frustration, for instance, from the gaming community that they're lumped in with animation all the time. And actually, their value chains are really, really different and actually fit a lot more with the kind of IT and kind of technological development kind of pipelines and value chains. So it is about kind of beginning to kind of unpack that and unravel that, and not so much for the people in the sector themselves. They know who they are and where they fit. It's actually for the people on the outside. So we see a lot of confusion, for instance, from government and government agencies in terms of where, because they don't work in the sectors themselves, so they don't really understand the line between gaming and animation and immersive, even though it's quite a blurry line a lot of the time. So we are seeing more specific sector reports that are being commissioned, but there is still a question of how that fits into the broader creative industries framework. One of the questions is where does gaming fit? Does it fit under, for instance, the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies, or does it fit underneath the Department of Arts and Culture? Like, who champions them? So that was one of the main things that came out of that report, for instance. Yeah. Okay. Any other questions?
Yep.
Yeah.
Hi, I just want to say that when I grow up, I want to be Tegan. Like, your work is so impressive. Thank you so much. Like,
I feel the same about you, though. So.
The impact of what this is going to have. I mean, I saw when government finally did research on the creative industries and saw, oh my God, they're making as much as the agriculture industry. That shifted it for them. That was huge. And that was with the minimal support, because we know that agriculture gets pumped tons of money and support, and yet the creatives have been doing it on their own. So this research is going to be such a critical tool in helping to take that next level shift, which is where does the focus need to be? And it's intermediaries, because we're the link between these different players. So I just want to applaud you and thank you so much for this work.
Well, thank you. Yeah, Isabelle underplays herself a lot. I've been very inspired by her work as well, so don't, yeah.
Well, I want to join my voice to this congratulations. I think it's amazing work, and I've got plenty of questions. I already dropped a few, but my question is about how you see the data management of behind the scene of this platform, because I think it's going to be an amazing tool to get support, and also to find some coherence in the report that are done in the different sector in different countries. Is there a way? Are you seeing a future on that, and how you see it updated along the way? Are you looking for partners to join it, and how would it work? Because I think it's again, it's an amazing, very useful work, and congratulations.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, we're trying to be like Google. We want all your data.
I guess, we have been talking about that, and also very much from Tegan's side, and also from Lisa, who does a lot of the compiling of the data, is that we definitely want to use the intermediaries platform and the initial cohort that comes in as a baseline, so that we can also then be analyzing the data as it changes over time, because I think that would also be an important way to see how the industry is either growing or shrinking or adapting based on what is coming in or how it's being supported. And I think we're definitely looking for partners. So I mean, I think there's a kind of information sharing trips that are going to Kenya and to Nigeria. So also part of this is, I mean, initially it had been very much made in the kind of frame of Fak'ugesi, but kind of just pushing that back a little bit in terms of the branding, because we really want it to be an open platform for other participants. So it's, even the way it's been developed is that other different intermediaries, like other festivals on the continent, would also be able to work with other cohorts and import like an amount of data into it, and it also links out to other platforms. So, for example, Animation SA in South Africa, that people would be able to link out then to their profiles on those very industry like specific sites. So it's also seen as a kind of connecting space, but with a focus much more on intermediaries. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think Lisa's really been pushing us to look at a theory of change in the work that we're doing. Obviously, there's a need for the funder for us to also show that. So we've really been talking a lot about how the platform, you know, where we start and how that acts as a baseline, and then how over the time we can actually hopefully see shifts in practice, in interactions, in how people have grown. That's the plan. And I mean, it's still in development, but the supplier that Fak'ugesi has selected are actually come from a kind of a data background. So we're also trying very early on to make sure that the sort of back infrastructure can hold and support some of those questions as the work goes forward. Yeah.
Mike Strono from Yakwetu, Kenya. I really like the conversation about data given, you know, from people in the investment community as well. Just wondering where you're going in terms of the value of the different sectors and the overall industry. My frame of reference, and I'll present some data later, is the PwC annual entertainment and media report. For South Africa, I'm not sure if stakeholders here find that it's accurate. In Kenya, I find it honestly very questionable. I have asked them, and I hope they're watching, I have asked them for a meeting so we can go through and validate the data. And you mentioned about, you know, maybe collaborating with partners. That could be a starting point. They do, in one study, have South Africa, Ghana, Nigeria, Tanzania, and Kenya. But we're never too sure about it, and they're never very open to actually go through it with industry stakeholders. So it could be really good if you guys could collaborate and then see that and how we can improve on that moving forward as well.
It's a very good idea. Thanks, Mike. Yeah.
I think there's a comment in the chat from Zah Gillum. Can you please share more about the plans and process to populate the platform? When will it be live? Are there feedback loops planned? How will it be communicated to a wider stakeholder group to understand the benefits? I must also say, they said thank you for sharing the presentations and incredible work.
Yeah, so the collection of applications is currently open. We get this a lot. So this is not in the initial phases in any way a platform for creatives. We really are focusing on the intermediaries as the kind of, it's almost like kickstarting an engine that we want to start it through the intermediaries because we, you know, it connects directly to the research. We think that that is the way to grow the platform more sustainably because we also don't want creators to just come on and start populating it with the millions of individual projects just distributed. We want those projects really to start being compiled through the intermediaries. So the creators would also get access through that, but I mean, we are also using the kind of Tegan's initial cohort of these people who have been doing the research as the kind of test case. Already that's a kind of huge cohort of people. So, you know, we'll likely do that, but we're also opening it up to see if, you know, some people have fallen through the cracks. So if you're one of those people, then we'll also share this link through onto the Zoom and onto the live stream now. Yeah, and it's on our social media.
Thanks. Of course, thank you. Congrats. It's very inspiring, this research. It's, as many of us in the room already know, the timing of it is on point, which is to be expected with the two of you. And what you've alluded to this a little bit through your responses, but what is the big dream with this? So it's early days and you're gathering the first phase. What is the big dream and what does success look like?
Should I start?
Okay.
The big dream is, you know, working from as the previous festival director and sort of very, very like delightfully handing the baton over to Eduardo and actually knowing that we can work so well on this is really exciting for me. But, you know, as a previous festival director, it was very hard for us to know who the intermediaries were. And when we did find really amazing intermediaries, from the festival perspective, it was really incredible to be able to know that this cohort of artists were incredible and that they'd worked with them to publish them and to do all kinds of stuff with them. So and then I don't know how it's going with him, but I was getting calls and emails constantly from international and regional festivals and expos and organizations saying, listen, we're desperately looking for a cohort of like these kinds of people. Where can we find them? And apart from going through our lists of people that we had shown over the festival, it would be great to give them, pass an intermediary to them to say, these are the people that you should be speaking to about that. So it's really about visibility. And making that visible, but not only visible for the creatives, which is really important work. So I don't want to undermine the work of the creatives. The work of the creatives is fundamental here. But it also makes the work of the intermediaries who can hold the contracts, who can hold the distribution, the publication, all of that with those other organizations more visible in that way. That's my big dream, yeah.
Yeah, and then from the platform side, I mean, yeah, it goes without saying that the reason why we're not going through the creators is not because we're not interested in platforming that. I mean, that's kind of the festival really deals with that. But I think the important thing is, and Tegan's research and also kind of shows this, is that if people don't understand what intermediaries do, we can't build a sustainable creative ecosystem, and we'll always be on the kind of back foot. And in fact, this has come from requests we get directly from corporates. They want to directly work with an artist. I mean, I know of so many cases, and I know like any intermediary does also, of corporates really taking advantage in very bad ways of creatives. And I think that, that's a good reason in itself to say like, well, actually, no, you shouldn't be, as a corporate, directly engaging a creative. You should be engaging their agent or a curator that will mediate the experience to make sure that all parties are happy. Because also creators have different focus. They might not necessarily have that kind of intermediary role or that kind of business side, and they often really do get taken advantage of very badly. So for me, it would be really that probably on the first phase that also creators start understanding what an intermediary is and why they're important. I said in the kind of the launch on, when was it? Feels like a lifetime ago, a Saturday, that even though I was an artist also, and I'm kind of more in the intermediary, I still am, but a lot of people then are like, oh, well, when you're getting back to your creative practice, shame. And I'm like, well, no, I'm running a festival. Like, I'll get there, it's fine, I'll get there someday. So I think it's also to change that kind of narrative, to be like, well, people who are intermediaries in the space, we're helping to build this creative sector, because otherwise there won't be all those links that you need to make your career level up like we want them to. So yeah.
Yeah, and I think the sort of general health of the industries and kind of seeing that grow, I think is very, very important for us. We're kind of close to the end, so can we take one online and then one for Monica, one online? I'm also seeing that one of our next panelists has also landed and he's getting here. So maybe after this we can just take a little break before the next panel as well. Great, thanks, sorry.
So my question, thanks Tegan, Eduardo, amazing, just so exciting. Monica here, I'm excited to know how you're negotiating the network of the various tertiary institutions into this space, because in a sense they are also intermediaries. And I know Wits is a big collaborator on the continent and in the world. So could you just speak to how you're linking the backbone of the researchers? Thank you.
Yeah, so that's a good question because it's not something that I have done yet, actually. So we've kind of been trying to really find out who's there, who's operating, what's happening before we actually start linking them up more actively. But we have, I mean, in the boot camp last year, we had ADMI in Kenya, and they're really doing amazing work. And they're also, they are like a pitch winner from last year's boot camp. So it was great to work with them and great to interact with them. And they're doing so much work in Kenya to try to see that space grow. And you know, South Africa is full of like colleges like SAE and other spaces that are doing that work, and we haven't quite connected with them yet. But it's definitely a plan, like once we have the research set up and out, we can do that. We're also piloting for ourselves at Wits University how we bring this into our curriculums and how we start working with the students. I mean, I had all my students read all the most recent industry reports for animation VR and gaming, and they're all a little bit shocked. They were like, is this how bad it is? And be like, yeah, but you have to be there to make it work, you know? So we're also trying to figure out like how we can educate around that for intermediaries as well, and yeah.
All right, let's give them a round of applause. Thank you so much. You're literally doing the Lord's work. Thank you so much. I think a lot of us agree that the research and the practical implementation of it is quite important and quite timely, as Lavinia said. So we're going to take a 10-minute break just to allow for our panelists to get mic'd and for us to prepare for the next session. We're looking at regional and diasporic audience access, and I know that Kendall will be facilitating or moderating that panel, so please don't go too far. We will be starting exactly at 11:10. Thank you so much. See you in a bit.
3, 4.
And then, so then I'm introducing, hold on.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Where must they come to the door?
I might need a favor from you.
You don't know where? Yes.
We're gonna need to use your mic. It's just like you did before. Now, if people have
Oh,
questions.
you mean to do the thing? Sure.
Thank you very much.
No problem.
The voucher, ne?
Okay, ba re ke bua ka- Hello, everybody. Hello, I've just been asked to request that you please go to the door to go and select your meals for lunch. You have 1 minute to quickly dash to the door to just make your selection for what you would like to have for lunch before we start the panel. Thank you. All right, if we can start coming back to the plenary room. We're about to start our panel. If we can all just get settled down in the plenary room. Yes, please. All right, if colleagues can please come back to the plenary room, we're about to start. All right, welcome back, everybody. Welcome to the African Intermediaries Forum as part of the Fak'ugesi Digital Innovation Festival for 2022. Before we start our panel, I just have two announcements. First one, we've got registration forms that we would like you to please fill in. This will allow us or give us consent for us to use your image for our social media platforms and just to communicate on the various platforms what's happening here today. Another announcement is around load shedding. The real Ugesi will be kicking back in at 12, so we might also go into another blackout. Please do not be scared. Give us a minute and we'll be back to original programming. I would now like to welcome firstly, I'd like to introduce the panel title, which is Regional and Diasporic Audience Access. This panel will address questions of publication, distribution, and aggregation aimed at regional and diasporic audiences. And our panel will be moderated by Kanda Kingshesh, who is a technical advisor for the animation and gaming industries with the GIZ. She's also a freelance animation, gaming, and VFX producer and one of the original volunteers of Animation SA. Over her career, she has produced ad campaigns, websites, animated features, and commercials, mobile apps, interactive installations, games, and visual effects for Hollywood blockbusters. Oh, yes. Let's please welcome her with a round of applause. Our slasher, our intermediary go-to. Kanda, please take it away.
Thanks so much to me. I think I've got a...
Oh, yes.
I've got a mic here. Thanks so much, everyone. It is such a privilege to be here in this forum with intermediaries. Thank you very much, Tegan, for bringing us the language that we need to describe what it is that we do. So this panel is around a topic that I find particularly exciting because throughout my work we've been struggling with skills development to beef up production and talking about quality of product. And when we talk about distribution, it's often something that happens with big international platforms. Overseas, we're looking at how can we access these global platforms. But I'm particularly excited about how can we build global platforms from an African business base and take them global, and how can we take advantage of the demand for African content and bring it to our own audiences, and then if the rest of the world is interested and also want to give us money, that would be lovely. So, we're going to start off with some presentations from our wonderful panelists. I'm going to let them introduce themselves one by one as we go through. They've prepared something to discuss with you, and obviously our orientation is around the differences in distribution business models. Obviously, if you're looking at games, they're going out onto gaming platforms. You potentially need the equipment, headgear, things like that in order to access the material. And how do those business models differ? I would like to also explore the similarities in the business models as well, and talk about how we can look at the generation of IP and expand the value chain into licensing and merchandising revenue streams. And then I also want to look around strategies around audience development and reaching different audiences, what works and what doesn't work. So with those questions in mind, I would like to welcome up on stage Isabelle Rorke from Animation SA. Isabelle is a social impact innovation consultant, and I'll let her take it from here.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, I've only got 5 to 8 minutes, so I don't think I'm going to waste it on me. My information is out there. So I'm with Animation SA, heading up social impact and human capital innovation. And it was very interesting when I was asked to speak on this, because I thought distributors and aggregators should be talking about that. So why have they asked somebody in an intermediary to talk about this? So I thought, well, then it probably means we need to deal with why is there not enough content making it to the distributors and the aggregators, and what are the blocks and problems that are preventing us from getting there. So, of course, it brought to mind that whole George Orwell statement from the 80s, who controls the narrative controls the people. Do I have a clicker? So, it really started making me look on a broader scale around, in this era of imperialization and the post-colonial struggle, to remain dominant, to remain dominant, and media control becomes a huge weapon. And so we have to look at who are dominating our media. And in this era of this fake news and this will probably be known as the era of spin. And if we look at the history of fake news, just look at our history books and what lies in there and who wrote those history books. So it's actually not a new thing. It goes way back. And there's a lot of power behind where that information comes from. So, of course, asking the questions, who controls the narrative, who decides who are the good guys and the bad guys in the battle of control of that narrative, and then asking the big question around our children, who are really raising our children in the afternoons while we're at work and they back from school. And this is some of the stuff that's out there. If anybody's watched that Horseman Bowman, your mind is like toxic dump in your mind. So it's really scary, some of the content that's been downloaded to our children's minds every single day. And it really starts to talk around what you're consuming every single day. How nourishing is this? How important is this to your development, your growth? Is there propaganda? What is the implications of this? And so, of course, we ask the question, why are we not controlling the narrative? So let's start with our public broadcaster. Our taxes go to the public broadcaster. They're the biggest broadcaster in South Africa, undoubtedly, in terms of numbers, and apparently across the continent, but I'm sure Nigeria has bigger public broadcasters. So essentially, they buy international animation because it's cheaper. Disney will say, hey, we're going to sell you this one, and here's a few free ones of our old stuff that you can have. So we can't compete with that. Same with the agriculture industry, where you've got trade tariffs that they simply cannot compete with Western countries. So we're in a situation where we can't do commissions with the SABC or the public broadcaster because they simply can't afford animation. So that leaves us with pre-sales and licensing deals. Licensing deals, of course, being the ideal because we own our IP, and that is critical. But we ask the question, well, then why aren't we licensing content to the SABC? And it comes down to a few things. One of them being that ICASA, which is the body that controls or instructs the broadcaster around its what do you call it? Mandates. It mandates the broadcaster. And so they have a statement around children's content, and that they need to put children's content. But because it doesn't have the word animation, children's content and animation, SABC can get away with being mandated to put animation on. So as a result, we don't have African animation on our biggest broadcaster. And then, of course, there's the issue of investors consider animation too high risk. And so, but SABC can't be ignored. Their numbers are too big, and this is critical to the return on investment, looking at a licensing and merchandising rollout. But as an industry intermediary, when we start to look at all of the barriers to growth that get us to getting that content out there, we have to start analyzing the risks and looking at risk mitigation strategies. So that's one of the blocks, which is the broadcaster. And I'm sure if you all think about your broadcasters, you can all come up with stories around where the blocks are. And of course, we've got other broadcasters. There's other stories there too. So the challenge in South Africa is really great for distribution, but it is the blocks across the value chain that are going to impact that. And as local intermediaries, we have become strategic about where we place our focus because we don't have all of the resources. We're not a capacitated organization. We started as a volunteer-driven organization. We're slowly starting to build that. So we had to look at where can we focus and what are the most important focuses. So I just want you to have a slide around distributors and aggregators that I've been looking at, and why I've narrowed it down to this is Africa XP really came up with an innovative payments solution to solve the problems of a lot of the broadcasters across the continent were not doing payments. You'll deliver your content and you end up not getting the payment, and they've broadcasted. So Africa XP has solved that. Gully is really doing incredible work in the French market. Mondo TV is really interesting because I love what they're doing around storyboarding and solving a lot of production problems in storyboarding. And they have a storyboarding company in Tenerife, which, you know, I want to explore opportunities. How do we solve kind of a big part of our pre-production problem with storyboarding, because art directors are a huge shortage, through partnerships like that. And then, of course, we've got AAA in South Africa. There are many more, but I just wanted to have a slide on distributors and aggregators since this is about that. So, you know, in analyzing the blocks in this, I wanted to break it down into where are some of the blocks, and the value chain is one of the biggest. This has been just sort of misleading young people for a long time in that they think it's about development, pre-production, production, post-production, and licensing, merchandising, marketing at the end. And the reality is we have to bring everything at the end of the value chain up front and add to that, which of course increases the cost of the one place investors don't want to invest, development. The most important place is development. Production is a factory line. It's much easier to master that than it is to master this development phase. So hence we've created an incubator to start to create that runway for young people to look at research, development, training. We've got a skill shortage. You've got to have a training strategy. Licensing and merchandising strategy. This is critical to your return on investment. Your transmedia, something we're not doing here, but you know, it's critical to video marketing. Audience development. There's a whole lot that can be said about that. We're unaware of the media illiteracy we have in our country and our continent. And we think we are like the majority, we are the minority, and the masses are the majority. And who are we really creating content for? So these kinds of, you know, really analyzing the IP and really letting artists focus on that becomes really critical, because then it develops stronger business models, reducing the risk for failure in the long run. So I am proposing to address a lot of these blocks is the startup studio model, the business builder model, which takes into consideration, it's something that started in the West, America and Europe, and it addressed the issue where inventors are not business people. Scientists are good at being scientists. Artists are good at being artists. Then you expect them to now be experts in merchandising, marketing, sales, funding, legal, human resources. It's all too much for them. They didn't study business. This is not their focus. So the startup studio model and the business builder model starts to put those massive machines around them to ensure that they are supported by the experts who studied marketing and merchandising and human resources and legal, and frees them up to work on the IP, which is where the real gold is. So it becomes focusing on mining the experts and the creatives who have excellent IP and supporting them through their growth. So this is a high-tech digital innovation festival, and I'm going to go completely away from that and recommend a completely different option to us addressing the distribution issue. And that is using an old Universal Studios model that when they started their industry, they started on the ground. They went to the small towns. They did workshops with people. They used the local community TV, the local radio, local newspaper. And now we've got, local social media touch points. Because this is a big event for small people. We take for granted that we have access to this in the cities, but where it's really needed, we're not going there. But we want to compete with big international distributors when we haven't actually gone down to our people. And the power of what this allows us is there's your market research, there's your focus grouping, there's all the information you need to actually modify your content to meet the mass demand that is out there. Because we think the mass demand is globally, but we're missing it on the ground. And once we master that, then we're really starting to make a difference in our industry. And the distributors can get the content that we're looking for, that they're looking for. Cool, thank you very much. And just as a last point, if anybody wants to join Animation SA, we have upgraded our website and are really making sure that it's a repository of information for entrepreneurs out there. So animationsa.org. Sign up, whether it's free member or a paid member. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Isabelle. Thank you very much. I love that strategy. It's looking across the board at ways to impact and make a difference and undo those knots that we're all so used to bumping into. The next panelist I'd like to bring up on stage is Mboutidem Johnson from Nigeria. How did I do with the name pronunciation? Welcome up on stage. I'd like for you to explain a little bit more about what you do and what you're doing and the work you're doing in Nigeria. I know you're a studio owner, but you're also doing work on behalf of the industry, right?
Yeah, definitely. Hello, everyone. My name is Mboutidem Johnson. I'm from Nigeria. I run an animation studio, basement animation studio. We've been running for 10 years, since last year. We started out as a small boutique studio, doing a lot of advertising, video production work. But 2016, we decided to really focus on the big picture, which was to start out as an animation studio. When we kicked off, the reason why we were not doing that initially was because the animation industry in Nigeria was very low on service work, in the sense it was only coming from only one angle, which was advertising at that point in time. And we have so many creatives in Nigeria. It's massive. And I'll say the studios that we have, they're not as large as maybe studios running from 3 to 5 people are not as much as individuals calling themselves studios with laptops. This was running to 200s. So sometimes when you're doing advertising work, some of these projects can be done by individuals, even though they front as animation studios. So when you have over 200 people bidding for one job, the pricing just keeps dropping for that project. So I looked at it as something that was not sustainable for the industry to grow and to move from just being a service provider within the advertising industry and moving to creating Nigerian content and creating IPs. We still definitely have that presently, where we have so many studios or individuals doing advertising work, while we have few studios that have shifted to creating their own content, distributing their own content, going to the market, interacting beyond the industry of Nigeria. So we moved in 2016 to start as an animation studio, as 5 people, started creating our own content, and we've been running for the last 10 years. So I'm also part of the trustees for Animation Nigeria. Animation Nigeria started probably six years ago. But I would say that it's not there yet. It's still just building, because the focus for Animation Nigeria is towards building content and actually pushing IP. And like I mentioned earlier, we still have a vast crowd moving towards service work. We have just few people people like Spoof Animation. We have people like Magic Carpets. We have Smith's Animation. We just have few people that have studios that go beyond the number of 5, so to say. So it's still a process, where there's a lot of education happening to see the perspective of you can go beyond just a single individual producing content to people that can be a crowd of producing content to export outside Nigeria. So I'm part of Animation Nigeria as a trustee. The numbers go into probably over 100 people, individuals involved in it. And we officially registered last year. We are not backed by any government support or anybody. It's really a collective thing where we all come together and do with what we have to start building.
Great. Fantastic that that's all starting to formalize as well. I think it's really important in terms of communicating with government from a collective standpoint. So I know that you also work with the African Animation Network and their Road to Annecy, which gives content producers on the continent an opportunity to pitch their projects at the markets in Annecy. So how do you feel about the Nigerian content that has come to the Annecy platform? Do you feel that there has been a very positive response to it?
Yeah, I'll say definitely. I think for the last, probably 2017, that's when we really had people attending Annecy, so to say. I think 2016 or 2017, we probably had only one or two people, only one person attend. Then the following year we had like 2-3 people. The following year we had like 6 people attend, and we also had our family members, which I call them family members, the Ghanaian studios, also attend, and then we started growing. But this year we through the pitching process that we did, we had more studios travel with us this year. Some of them boutique studios, 3 to 5 people, some of them individuals on the pathway to moving expanding their studios. So we had over 15 to 20 people attend Annecy this year. We had a pitching session, which was the Nigerian Focus pitching session, which we had 5 projects that from the sessions we had in the workshop with Annecy in Lagos. And the feedback was really impressive. I think for me, attending Annecy for the past 3 to 4 years, I've been looking forward to having a Nigerian session where we pitch our own content. And it was really, really, for me, it was emotional. I was excited at the same time, just seeing creatives and producers from Nigeria pitch. But not just only pitch, but the level of pitching that they did was just excellent. This is not just me saying it. I had a meeting with someone from MIFA, because I'm just coming from MIP Junior event, and that was the same feedback we got, that it felt like we had been doing this for a long time. So I think back in Nigeria, even as much as we don't have a large studios, so to say, numbers, the creatives that exist or producers that exist have high-end stories. I think the workshops and the trainings and all that will help them fine-tune for the perfect market. So I think Annecy is a place that every single person needs to be. I think just networking is very, very key. Back in Nigeria, some people feel like, or people assume that when you go to Annecy, you just sign a deal, So because people are still using the same mentality of advertising, because every single meeting translates to a project and it translates to income. But I think Annecy, for me as a studio owner, attending Annecy every single year has helped me to think differently, think on a bigger scale, has helped me to interact with people from different parts of the world. We do a lot of work from outside Nigeria. We hardly do any work from Nigeria, so we earn in foreign currency. That also helps us to sustain our team. Our team is presently at 20. It's split 10 ladies, 10 guys, very balanced in our studio. We even have a female dog and a male dog, put it like that. So in the studio, so it's very balanced in the studio, and we couldn't do that previously just doing advertising work. We were just 5 at that point in time, and we couldn't sustain the team, but able to go to Annecy, interact, network, provide service for other people in Togo, France, Italy. We had the opportunity to work during the pandemic on Super Summer which is from Kenya, and we also worked with a studio in Italy remotely, and it has just helped us to grow the studio, and it has been an eye-opener to other individuals within Nigeria.
Wonderful. And obviously the other thing that Nigeria is famous for is your Nollywood culture as well. So you have a tried and tested home market in terms of the films that you produce and distribute in Nigeria. So there's, I would imagine, a culture of storytelling for your own audiences, and wonderful to be able to test that in the international market and find there's also an appetite. And what I'm hearing is that it's good to have like a dual strategy as well. So work in the international with the global distributors as well as try and develop your own markets.
Yeah, definitely. I think service work is something you shouldn't take away from a studio. We've seen big international studios that have survived for the last 20 years on just service work before they even moved into creating IP. So I think the first foundation for any studio is start producing service, start doing service work. It's very similar to the advertising space. You're providing service, just do it on a different scale for long-form production, whether it's short films, whether it's TV series. I think that is the first foundation that a studio should start with. If they decide to go into IP development and creating content, it's not every single person that gets the win immediately, but the model of service work keeps the studio floating, keeps it running, keeps the lights on, so to say. For the Nollywood industry, our film industry is very massive. And I think people have always just assumed because we have a big Nollywood market that it should translate to animation. It doesn't work that way. The numbers for international content that comes into the cinema doesn't do so well as everybody perceives. So we've come to understand that there's still so much work that needs to be done in the space of educating the customers about what animation is. There's this assumption animation is strictly for kids, and that has to be changed. The second thing is that because we have a large Nollywood industry, people that have been interested in the sense of investors or producers or companies or distributors have tried to go down the route of creating animated content, because since they don't see it on screen, they feel like it's an opportunity. But when they have those conversations, films in Nigeria, quality films are produced in 3 weeks. So they can't pull that off for animation. So that's always been the setback. Whenever they have those conversations with creatives or producers, nobody's willing to give the 12 months minimum for a film. So, sincerely, from a business perspective, it makes more sense to spend that same money in 5 Nollywood films and release it in the next 4 months and make your income back from it. So it's still very, very, it's still growing. Let me put it that way. So that's why, for me as a studio owner, I'm not looking at doing feature films now. It's because of that perspective. And beyond just that perspective, even though we get funding, the market is still not ready for animated content. Have we had animated films in cinema? Yes, we've had wonderful films, but they have not done the numbers. And I think that's always what's going to be the setback, because everybody's looking for return on investment, which sometimes people, creatives that are not business-minded, just think about the creative thing. They never think about how do we make the numbers back, how do we make that happen the next time and over again. So we've had one animated film in the last 2 years, which was also featured at Annecy, which was a good thing, but return on investment is the key thing, and I think it's something that we are not there yet, and we'll gradually pick up because it's still tied to the customers.
Great. Thanks, Mboutidem.
Thank you very much.
I think, the next panelist, Mike, if you're ready to come up. Mike Strono has been making roads into distribution on the continent. Mike started in the music industry, but I will let him tell his story. Are you ready, Mike?
Yep. Just to mention the last thing, on distribution for animation, we've had some players in Nigeria that have been very interested in our industry, even though there hasn't been a big outcome of sales. People like Pineapple TV. We recently have Super TV, which has a partnership with MTN, where people stream data for free as long as they have an MTN line. And they are even extending to, the last conversation we had, they're extending to Orange, to Francophone countries. But the model is really, you put your content there and it's a split thing, which we feel is a good thing for people that, especially for small studios that are 3 to 5, or producers that have produced short films and they want to make income, because for a very long time, people produce content and they just throw it on the internet.
Yeah.
And they get likes, and I've not seen where they cash out Facebook likes yet, so until then, I think.
Great. Thanks. We'll get back to that point. That's a very important point.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Mike, over to you.
Thank you. Can you mute me? Thank you. Yes, we can't eat likes, right? Nobody can eat likes yet. I could have this. So, good morning. Thank you to everyone that made this possible. This is a fantastic opportunity. My information is in the book, so we'll save some time on that. If we could go to the first slide, please. Can anyone tell me what's wrong with this picture? Anyone? Sorry? Correct. It's untrue. Right? This is the true size of Africa. I think we've seen this slide before. So what's important about this point is Africa is now asserting its true narrative. And I think we see that all over the world. So that's the opportunity. We all know these people, right? They're now world famous. So it means, I mean, we've been talking about Africa rising for as long as I've been here, and I've been here for nearly 25 years. But it is finally happening. And for someone who invested in the entertainment industry in 1999, it's a relief that it is finally happening. There's still a lot of work to be done, and I believe that's why we're here. So media is critical for this new narrative. If you look at cinemas, if you look at compared to the US and compared to Africa, that's the density of people per screen in Africa. So there's not enough cinema screens, obviously. That's why a lot of stuff is going directly to digital, or there's also a lot of piracy as well. Lack of terrestrial access, 100 million TVs for 1.39 billion versus 475 million smartphones. That's a 2019 figure, but we're meant to be at 720 million in 2025. That's only 3 years away. SVOD, subscription video on demand, Netflix, Showmax, don't believe the hype. It's 1% penetration in Africa right now. Real VOD is YouTube. It's much higher than this, but still they're struggling as well, and I'm sure this has come out in the studies. And Africa is a pay-as-you-go culture. We even see it in our airtime, right? How, I'm not sure about South Africa, but in the rest of Africa, airtime is consumed pay-as-you-go, not subscription. YouTube is great, but it enables piracy, okay? The content isn't encrypted, it's not on a DRM system, so anything on YouTube, it's okay if you want to lose it at the end of the day. And to make $1 on YouTube, you need 1,000 views. Content production, it's not the biggest priority. It is changing for Hollywood and Bollywood. So in short, there's a lack of suitable, equitable, familiar, and legal digital content retail in Africa. For a giant African market, it's diaspora and its industry. And that is the opportunity, and that's the opportunity for everyone. So I founded in 2014 a entertainment technology company. Back then, we didn't know it would be an entertainment technology company. And we have since recently rebranded into Yakwetu. Okay. So Yakwetu in Kiswahili is a beautiful word because it has two meanings. It is of us and for us. So that really asserts where we're heading in terms of the content space in Africa. And we want a world where the true narrative of Africa is celebrated in Africa and in the diaspora as well. So that's the opportunity. And obviously the creators need to be
need to earn from this in an equitable way. This is our ambition. I talked about PwC earlier. This is from a 2019 study. So we're already in film with our first, so we're a house of brands. Our first service is My Movies Africa, so you can just find us, mymovies.africa. Now, this is just some of the opportunity. These are only 5 markets: South Africa, Nigeria, Kenya, Ghana, and Tanzania, okay, which is our 5 focal markets for now. If you look at the different market sizes, and this is part of our investor presentation. So we're saying if we get 5%, this is what 5% looks like. So our first service, My Movies Africa, is film. We are heading into TV content. I'll talk about that in a minute. We're heading into music videos, VR, podcasts, audiobooks, and games. So why are we doing this? Because when we went into an accelerator funded by the Japanese last year, we learned that anyone who wants to fund a startup for $500,000 is looking for $1 billion company. And the segment we're in is only $100 million. So we decided to go broader. Thankfully, now that we realize that we're an entertainment technology company, what we developed for film can be used for all the way up to audiobooks. So basically, we're changing the brand, changing the content, and rolling out new services on the same tech, basically. So we're looking at potentially, we could do $284 million a year with 5% share, okay? Now, this is without even looking at piracy. This is based on current market figures. If we can curtail piracy, you can times that by 20, at least, okay? Piracy takes 80 to 99% of the money out of the ecosystem. So you can even times it by 100. So that's the potential, and I'll talk about piracy in a minute. So our service is pay-as-you-go, and we share revenue. We don't acquire content. We license content. We will get into co-productions in the future. So the difference between acquisition and licensing: acquisition, I give you a fee. You don't ask me what I did with your content, okay? I can go and make $1 million with it, and I paid you, $10,000. That's my business. You don't get to see any of the market stats, anything like that. With us, we share what's happening, where the content is going, who's consuming it, and we share the revenue at the moment 50-50. Our proof of concept is My Movies Africa. We've been live for 3 years. We're a mobile-first digital cinema extension. We went to phone first. We're now going on to TV and other devices. We're on laptop already. We're available in all countries, including South Africa, in local currency for South Africa as well, and 5 other markets in local currency in Africa. We're made for Africa. So Africa is a pay-as-you-go model as one of the options. So we do transactional, which means you can rent. You can own content. We also created our own watch parties via Zoom, a Zoom integration. We have another one on tomorrow. 50-50 with creators. Early adopters are Gen Y female. 48% of our members are early adopters. We're going towards a progressive web app. We tried for 3 years on Android. We gave it up. This is where everyone is going. Just to see where you fit, because a question we often get is how are you going to compete with Netflix? Netflix is here, we're there. We're also interested in the free-to-air space. Like I said, 1%, there's enough to go around at the end of the day. Our biggest competitor is piracy, okay? So this is where we fit in everything. So, and I've ranked this in terms of market share. So piracy has the biggest, okay? So that's what we need to attack. This is just some data on the 1%. Our traction to date, it's a small number, but we're 10% of Netflix in Kenya. Okay, so that's the actual size of the market. And we're a startup. We've bootstrapped this from the beginning. We can see some partnerships coming through. So we learned very early on that B2C is a struggle. So we have partnerships with Safaricom, where we're also a distributor as well as a retailer. So we distribute to their base platform that Catherine will talk about later. So we distribute other content that we have on our service and may not have on our service, but still made by our content partners. And then we also have a presence on their network, so we have access to their customers as well. Something very interesting for us is that we have a partnership with Moringa School.
Moringa is a brilliant finishing school for data scientists and software developers, and they're thankfully now spreading across the continent. All our developers are from there. We do projects with them, and we work with some very brilliant young minds in Kenya. So we were all transactional, EST, and then this happened. This was quite a popular political documentary in Kenya, released in 2020. We had it for a while. We got some modest results, and then they put it on YouTube for 3 days. For 3 days, it got 90,000 views. Yeah, with us, it got barely 100. Yeah, so that just tells you where the market is. The challenge with YouTube is that you don't earn enough. Okay, so 90,000 views, that's not even, that's $900. Okay, didn't cover their cost of productions. And then, of course, it got pirated for those 3 days. So now they've spoiled the market for themselves, but they were a funded movie, they wanted viewers. So that's our next move. Our next product is Huru TV. Huru in Kiswahili means free. It'll be ad-supported. In terms of content in Africa, follow these guys, Madundo. They've figured it out. They did an IPO in 2020 in Denmark. They raised $6 million. They have, their target for 2025 is 50 million average users. It's ad-supported music, okay, on feature phones, not smartphones. So they've worked it out, good friends of ours as well, and we're really using them as a benchmark for ourselves. That's just our board. We're a values-based organization, customer first, integrity, respect, creativity, leadership, and excellence. I just want to talk a little bit about piracy, just to tell you how bad it is. In Kenya, we lose $795 million a year from our creative industry in all these different sectors. So that's $2 million a day, okay? And not only us as an industry, government loses as well in tax, and we've shared this with them. Thankfully, we have a good law in Kenya that helps us curtail piracy. The other thing people don't really understand about piracy is that it funds organized crime. So at the end of the day, we're not only helping the creative industry, but we're also protecting our citizens. This is a case study in Sweden. Okay, 2 last slides. We're different because it takes a village. We recently organized our own initiative called We Watch Kenyan. Okay, so what's very interesting is that if you talk to Kenyan filmmakers, they'll moan about how people don't consume their content. And then you'll ask them, did you consume so-and-so's content? No. What was the last thing you watched? This series on Netflix that's not even African. So it needs to start at home. Africa needs to start consuming its own content. African creators need to start consuming its own content. So we launched this in partnership with Kenya Film Commission. Timothy will be speaking a little bit later on. Our first movie was a student movie. This was done by 23-year-old directors out of university. It's brilliant. It's called Why You Hate. Watch it on our platform. Then we did another student film from Kenyatta University last month. And this was really special. You may have heard of a movie called Nairobi Half-Life. It premiered in 2011. It was the beginning of the new film industry in Kenya, and we threw a bash for them for their 10th anniversary 2 months ago. And our next one's tomorrow, Bangarang post-election violence. So what we do is that we have 100 people in a room. It's hybrid. And we show the movie, and then the audience can ask any question they like to the cast and crew. We get a lot of students coming in from different universities as well as other creatives. And this is building our community of creatives watching their own content. You don't need to see this. For any investors in the room and watching online, we're in a series round for $500,000. It will now improve our current app and go on to Huru TV. Thank you. You can contact us there.
Thank you so much, Mike. Thanks very much. And I think this kind of trailblazing example is giving us all a little bit of hope about what we can do. I'd like to welcome our next panelist up onto stage, Yolanda Ncokotwana. She is the head of industry development at the National Film and Video Foundation here in South Africa. Yolanda, welcome up on stage. So we've been discussing as well how a lot of creatives are sent to business markets and how they are approaching, sometimes even if they're accustomed to pitching or they've been trained in terms of pitching, and they take one project to these markets. And should we not also be looking at taking intermediaries to markets, people who are representing slates of content from the African continent, and spare the creatives the sweats? So with that, I'll you have a presentation, right?
No, I just wanted to start off by, sorry, my name is Yolanda Ncokotwana. I'm the head of industry development at the National Film and Video Foundation, which is an agency under the arts and culture. Under my portfolio, we look at training, capacity building, we look at production and development, and animation is one of the things that we looked at. But I wanted to show you something which will then speak to, I suppose, to where we're now finding ourselves, and maybe even how it has changed with what we thought we were doing versus, you know, the actualization that we now find ourselves in. We can show the video.
Sure you know all about fairies, don't you? Yeah, we know fairies. Well, fairies have wands, and sometimes those wands break, especially when the fairies granting many, many wishes. Like a fairy godmother. That's right, kid. Sometimes the thunder is very loud, and other times it just rolls. The louder the sound, the more powerful the fairy's wand was. The thunder is just the noise the fairies make as they work far up there in the clouds. It can't hurt you. What about Dagon? Oh, that's different. When they are working as they fix the wands, sometimes powerful sparks escape through the clouds and see it as lightning. But we have to stay inside when lightning happens, isn't it? That's right. When it thunders too, of course, it will rain. Even though rain is good for the plants and the trees, it can make little children very, very ill. But I only wanted to go camping. Oh, that's our cupcakes. Yay! I love cupcakes. Okay, children, now go and wash your hands. I love my cupcakes. I love cupcakes. The next time it rains, can we dance inside? That's an excellent idea, Pearl. It's really nice not to be scared. Yeah, don't be a boy fairies one. Close that out so far. Oh my giddy aunt. No, let's do fairies one is the loudest because all children get presents from her. Nuh-uh, it's the star fairy. There's no such thing as star fairies.
Thanks, you can cut the audio.
Yeah. Thank you. I think, so that is it's a pilot by Claire Lewis, which is from Katamina Studios in KZN. They are housed by our KZN Film Commission, and they have a studio, and they have like young people, interns that are doing all the, of course, working with the team, but majority she's got interns that are doing that type of work. And they now are in talks with a broadcaster to be able to partner with them with this type of content. And the reason why I was saying is that I think as the National Film and Video Foundation, all along we've been funding, production, development, and because we fund fiction and documentaries, fiction always tend to take precedence. It's just the way it is, just in terms of even just how the funding is structured. But when you look at the numbers in terms of what our budget is and what we are able to fund, we've realized that actually to say that we're going to do an animation feature is not really realistic if the most that we can find is 1.8, which is in South African rands. So I think where we're focusing on right now is doing development and doing it so well that you have such a project that is able to pick up a broadcaster. I think we're coming to the realization that it maybe we have to play within the capacity building and do that so well that, we can then hand over to the broadcasters and people that do actually have the kind of budgets to be able to fund production. Because I think when we looked at all the things that we had funded, I think Kumba was like the last feature that we had successfully funded, but that was many years ago, and it has been a struggle, which was done by Triggerfish, but it has been a struggle to then have other features before. But what is becoming sort of like more achievable is being able to fund development and fund it well so that creators have things to take to the market and be able to shop around. So part of the work that we do is we fund students who are studying animation. So we have a lot of students that are studying in the animation school. So we fund them throughout their studies from first year until they graduate. We then also work with Animation South Africa to be able to take delegates to NSC and have filmmakers have an opportunity to pitch their films to and their ideas to studios. And I think last year we were having sort of like re-looking at our animation studios and where it is. And I think, again, some of the sort of like re-gauging what we're doing came from the realization that when creators go to markets, they need to have a proof of concept. They need to have something to show that investors within the animation, they want, how does it look like? How do the characters look like? How are they built? Which was very different from us in terms of fiction, where the script is very is the proof of concept. And one of the things that we're also in the process of doing, because even the way we fund, because we've got like a panel of funders, advisors that come in and look at what we fund. What we've realized, my colleague who does animation, Nadine, is around here as well. What we've realized is that we're also needing to change the panelists, the people that decide on what gets funded, because for the longest time we had people like myself who might be very strong in documentaries, looking at concept, because we thought at concept level you're finding a concept, but what we're realizing is that it's actually not the same. And I think next year we're embarking on having animation specialists look at animation applications rather than have someone who's an all-rounder, because that hasn't done any justice to animation in particular. And there's a research that is in the process at the moment. I'm not allowed to show you the whole research because it's going to come out, but I thought it would be amiss of me not to actually just show the numbers of the because it's an audience research, so I thought it would be amiss not to show sort of like the numbers that are starting to come up. I think once it's finalized, it will be shared with the industry, and I think, of course, we can share it with the rest of the colleagues in the rest of Africa. So this is just to show that, oh, sorry, I have to control it myself. So this is just where we sort of went with our sample. This is just, so please pardon us, the research really is limited to South African audiences. So apologies to the rest of the colleagues. But what we wanted to show is really who's consuming film in South Africa. And we realized that in terms of who's showing film, who's actually watching, it's 20-year-olds to 34-year-olds. Those are the most people that are watching content, followed by the 5 to 14-year-olds, and then the 35s to 59. But I think it's very important, I suppose here, just realizing that I think, for me at least, that there's an opportunity for adult animation content, which is, again, have an opportunity to sort of change the fact that animation is made for children. And then just in terms of just we did like a profile also of the qualifications or where people are in terms of the people that are watching our content, and we realized that majority of the people that are watching our content are people that actually have at least between a grade 10 to a grade 12. I'm not sure what form that is in Kenya, but in South Africa, it's literally the last 2 years of high school. And then also the other interesting thing in this research that is coming up is actually who is watching content. So if you look at this, it's the income levels. So the people that are watching content are not the moneyed people, as we would say, or the working. It's actually the people that are from 0 to 5,000 rand earners. So these are the people that either are not employed or are working at retail stores or in the informal sector. So those are the people that we are making content for, because then, or should be making content for, because those are actually the people that do sit down and watch the content. So in terms of just, again, I suppose realigning how we create our content, we can always think of that guy who probably work at a retail company that I won't mention and I have in my mind, and earns 4,000 rand and has 3 kids and, takes 2 taxis to go to work, wakes up at 4 o'clock, and is at home by 7 and still has to cook. And the kids actually have more or less the same, because they chances are they're not in the school that is in their neighborhood. They have to travel to another neighborhood to get to school and be in the transport. So those are the people that you're talking about. And in terms of the kind of entertainment that we're creating, you're creating it for that person. I suppose this, because it will have other slides that I wasn't able to share yet, but I think also this maybe is more from a cinema point of view. What we found is that a lot of the people are willing to pay, at least in it will show you that they have the rural, the small towns and the cities. People are willing to pay in South African rands between 90 rand to 109 rand, and that is because if you were staying in Kgosistle, in a township, a lot of your money is still going to be spent to going to the cinema. I was just doing a calculation for my colleague yesterday to say that if I didn't have a car and I had to live from my Kgosistle for myself and my daughter and my sister, it would be 90 rand to go, 90 rand to come back. That's 108.
Yolanda, I've been given the signal. We've got 1 minute.
All right. And then I just wanted to show this last slide, which is where animation is in terms of the appetite, and it's actually not far off from the other ones. I think the things that tips up all the way is adventure and romance, but really animation is there, and that is it.
Great, thank you so much. Thanks so much. I mean, that is, it's fantastic that this kind of research is happening and that it's available. I think our intermediaries will find it very useful. I'd like to also just touch on another idea that we were discussing around using the different platforms that we have at our disposal, like TikTok, like YouTube, to actually test our audiences. Like you said, there's a lack of cinemas in the areas, a lot of the areas that we want to reach, just generally in Africa. So we were discussing the idea of potentially using different platforms to test your IP, you know, and then this again talks to blurring the lines between, are you a gaming producer, or are you an animation producer, or are you an XR producer? Because what you're doing is you're creating content. The distribution platforms are different. Perhaps there's different business models around generating that content. But ultimately what we want to do is get our IP out there so that we can start looking, like Isabelle was saying, at the licensing and merchandising models, because unlocking that will then bring in revenue streams that can fund R&D, and we need to rely less on agencies like the National Film and Video Foundation. So just your last thoughts on leveraging those platforms to sell IP in international markets and to local and Pan-African broadcasters.
I think when it comes to audience testing, we can definitely use, platforms like the TikToks and being able to make, 30-seconders, 10-seconders, just to be able to see if people are interested in our content and start the engagement to see what the appetite would be for a longer version of our content. I think we do need to invest a lot more in just before we even go ahead of ourselves, trying to figure out if there is an audience. And I think what we have at our disposal is the social platforms, and it is the TikToks and the YouTubes, just to be able to see. And I think TikTok in South Africa has emerged quite well, and people can access it. And I think we must use those platforms and create things and be able to take those numbers to the funders.
Exactly, and it speaks to accessing diverse audiences and also the next generation of content creators as well. What was the stat you told me? By what age do people no longer form new consumer habits?
Okay, so I will quote a distribution friend of mine. They did research, and what they were saying was that so to be able to create a new culture, you have to be below 35 years old. So me, who's above 35 years, if I've not been introduced to film literacy, it might take me longer. You might not grasp me as much as focusing on the children or focusing on younger people, because then you are able to build a new culture with them, a new tradition of being able to watch films. So, which then speaks to, in terms of us being able to create content, we need to create content that is more for the youth, so that we can grow with them. I think when it comes to audiences, we need to play the long game, because you might not be able to capture a 40-year-old who's not into animation, but a 20-year-old and a 16-year-old whom you introduce. There's something my colleague showed me on Netflix. I forget the title, but it's like adult animation. It was so beautiful. I was like, I would watch this with my sister, and I know that she would be hooked, and she's 20 years old. So I think that for me spoke volumes. And because also when I started watching people around me, I realized how hard it was to introduce all people, even not just in film, even in music, to sort of get them to start liking music. If you look at the music that you might like, you realize there's a lot of your parents' influence, meaning that you grow with it.
Great, thanks. I think that's a great way to wrap the session. I don't believe there's any chance for questions left, is there?
Well, I'm standing in between people and their stew or burgers, but I think we can take 1 or 2 questions. Maybe we can give 5 minutes. Yeah, I won't be on stage. So there's one question already online.
Will the speakers come up, please?
Yes, if we can have our speakers come online.
Yes, sorry. Timothy Owase from the Kenyan Film Commission was supposed to be joining us online, but unfortunately we haven't been able to connect with him. So apologies for those of you who are looking forward to his contribution. Timothy, if you're watching us, we miss you, and we'll connect soon.
All right, the first question, sorry, Kanda, was to Isabelle. I think the roadshows sound like a great idea to focus on spaces that work in our markets with the tools we have access to. How much can we build in parallel while this is happening towards being more future or tech-oriented?
Well, yeah, I think the tech-oriented stuff is happening. And for me, I was just identifying the one area that's not happening, and it's getting access on the ground to our people. And I was so excited by your research. I was like, as an intermediary, without all the research, that's being done, that you have access to, you have to develop a really strong gut feel and become a guesstimator. And to have it confirmed I was just like, oh my God, this is so exciting. So yeah, definitely looking at the area that's undeveloped and focusing on that, because the tech digital part, it is going like a wave at high speed. And a lot of the money is getting focused on there, and so we're forgetting about where the mass numbers of our audiences are, and it's on the ground. So yeah, I think for me, it's about looking at where the gap is and filling that gap, as opposed to jumping on the bandwagon where everybody's trying to play. Let them do that. They're going to lay the foundation for that, and you can pick up on that. But the gap is where nobody else is operating.
Thank you. Dimitri?
Thank you. Thanks for all the presentations. A very quick one is that when they said watching film, is it watching films on TV or watching films in the cinema?
It's both.
Both, okay.
It's both, but most of it is consumed on TV. Or VOD.
And if I may, Isabelle, should the SABC itself be producing animation?
No. No. There's a long answer behind that, but we won't get into that.
Okay, we have one more question from Ayo.
Thank you. My name is Ayo. So, lovely presentation. I wanted to ask, is it possible for us to have those slides as well so that we could actually go through them and watch them again? But I think I have a question for Isabelle. You mentioned that it's very difficult for SABC and other local networks are not willing to buy animated content. So it seems like, that's the same thing in Nigeria, because for us, I run a studio as well, Spoof Animation, like MB mentioned, and we did a collaboration with a local TV network on a kids show. And when we began in 2016, they were paying us something very ridiculous. But because we just wanted to support the local market and wanted to just get the content out there for the kids and all that, we did it. But they never really wanted to increase or improve on what they were paying us, so we just decided to just opt out. But it looks like, for me, I'm done. I'm not interested in going back there because there's a huge market out there for me. But then, being a patriot and somebody who really wants to develop Africa, it looks as if we are losing the war, because I hear us say we want to actually teach our kids the African way and all that, blah, blah, blah. But most of us who actually even make animation or do animation, when we finally have a chance to make animation, we tend to pander towards the Western market as well. And then it looks as if we are hypocritical, sort of. So I don't know if you could speak to that, if anybody wants to talk about that as well.
Sorry, that last bit you said about being hypocritical, I didn't understand.
Yes, I mean, we want to sell African content. We want to our kids to munch on African diets, but yet when we have the money to make content, we pander towards the West.
Yeah. Well, it comes down to business model. It comes down to creatives being expected to run fully fledged, businesses, and that's not what they studied. They studied animation, and now they're running studios, and they've got to know all of these different. So until we solve that problem, at the end of the day, the broadcaster also has to make money and survive. And if they only have a little bit of money, we're starting to look, because I'm going to be a dog with a bone with SABC, because I'm like, you're my public broadcaster, I'm not letting this go. You have the biggest eyeballs, and those eyeballs are critical to my return on investment from the licensing and merchandising. So how do we work together to make this work? How do I add value for you and you add value for me? That means you've got eyeballs to pay with. If you don't have money, pay with advertising, airtime, sell my merchandising in the stores. So it then becomes a whole different way of how you're engaging with the broadcaster, of saying, I understand that you have business imperative as well, and you do want to put the content out there, you just can't afford it. So yes, commissions are out of the, you're never going to own IP in our content because you simply cannot afford it. But within the pre-sale and the licensing option, let's look at what deals we can do. Get an equity into that licensing and merchandising so you can get a return on investment as well. So it's all about how you model the business deal with them, and really not fight with our broadcasters, but bring them in as allies and look at how do I solve problems for you and you solve for me so that we can make this both work.
I think I understand what Ayodele mentioned. I've thought about the same thing. You want to create content that people can consume. So we had this online content we created, and it was something towards the election, and it was political, like it was a political message, and we pushed it out the first year, like probably 2-3 weeks to election, and it got few views, and we let it go. Like, then the following year, we just decided to just recap that we released it, but now we decided to do it in our local language, which was Yoruba, and the views were just massive, and it gave us a hint that people will consume the content if it was in the local language. But the point of trying to create content, and we don't have any interest from the broadcasters, is either you produce the content and the content you're giving it to us free. So if you're producing animation and it's expensive and you're taking to a broadcaster and all they want is free, then I started thinking of other ways that can work, because when I go to the market and I'm discussing with the potential distributor, they always ask about our broadcasters. So what we now thought of was that when we are doing our licensing deal, we'll try to hold Africa out of our licensing deal so that we can reach our market nevertheless. Because I think if our content is doing well internationally, which is what she's trying to say, and it's not doing anything at home, and we still get people to send me screenshots of different Western shows, like when are we going to have Nigerian content? So the balance is, as much as I'm very interested in putting Nigerian or African content to Africans, I have to make that sacrifice of balancing the content. It sells in other continents, but I hold the rights to Africa, so I can sell it at a good price for the network, and just make sure that the content goes round, and definitely put it in the local language. I think when Africans see or hear content in their local language, it makes them feel like they own it. So I think that's something that needs to be done.
Absolutely, great point that. And also touching on issues around IP ownership and platforms, like Mikey was saying, it's important that content creators are getting revenue from the platforms, and substantial revenues from the platforms, and not being backed into a corner because they're the only game in town. We want a robust ecosystem when it comes to distributors as well. Great. So, Tumi, do we need to wrap, or can we let Isabelle have a last say?
I just wanted to give an example of Knittyville that she showed earlier. So Claire Louis was in our incubator for 3 months last year, and unfortunately I had national funding for that, and then my bigger regional funding kicked in, and so my regional funder said we cannot fund the Western Cape and the KZN people, so we had to drop them, unfortunately. But in those 3 months, Claire was able to develop her licensing and merchandising strategy, her business model, and her marketing strategy. And she was able to fly from there, where she's now even further than us with the other projects. Well, we've got a whole 10 of them that we're working on. But just by giving an entrepreneur, a creative entrepreneur, just that little bit of information on business and access, and bam, they fly with it. So incubators are really critical places to start helping creative entrepreneurs to fill those gaps of what's missing in their business knowledge.
practice.
Yeah.
As well, which is so important, which is what we're doing here.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Kenneth. Thank you to our panel. We can give them a big round of applause. I think that was really interesting. That was really, really interesting, and I think you've given us a lot to talk about. You guys, the technical things of a hybrid. Find my spotlight. But yeah, given us enough to really chew on during lunch, this conversation around education, and something that I'd like to also posit in the conversation, prosumerism, this idea that the consumers are also producers, that tension and how we're navigating or even talking about that. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go into lunch now. I know that we all have been given a number, so all the people who have numbers 1 to 4 will be eating in the courtyard, and then all those who have vouchers 5 to 7 will be going to the food truck outside. Thank you so much. We will be coming back for our next panel at 1:15, so not at 1 o'clock, but at 1:15, if you can come back to the plenary room. Thank you to our panelists, and thank you to the technical team as well. See you later.
Thank you very much.
Well done, everybody. Thank you so much.
I've really got to stop taking sugar.
Your mic is on.
No, no, no. It was
Thank you.
all-
I'm coughing. I don't know what has happened.
One, two.
Half 4. No, it's there. It's dinner. Oh, okay. Yeah. So when we finish the panel, we're done. Okay. Go ahead. I think we just need to. Somebody can go and call. He's going to call, we're going to do the online presentations first. And then she will call people. Eduardo, are you able to call people in? Oh, have they been? Okay, perfect. Thank you. Oh, they. Introduce the panel. She will introduce the speakers. They will speak and then she'll introduce the last person here who will sit there. Three panelists, yes. How to wait three? I'm like, wait three. The panelists, yes. Yeah, don't take it sharp. All right, we're about to begin in like 2 minutes. I'd like to ask all our colleagues to please come back into the plenary room.
Me. I always speak louder than I usually do. Is that fine? Yeah, great. Thank you.
All right, we're about to start in 30 seconds. If I can have everybody come back into the plenary room. All right, welcome back. Welcome back to our African Intermediaries Forum. You know the hashtag by now. I would like to encourage you to use it. Welcome back to all our audiences or, colleagues joining us online from across sub-Saharan Africa. We're going to go straight into our next panel because I know that our panelists are actually waiting eagerly to share some knowledge. and just their experiences as well. So I'm going to just introduce the title of the panel, that is Mobile Monetization and Domain Development. As African intermediaries aim to meet the creative content needs of African audiences, how can data affordability and mobile aggregation assist or hinder the African content monetization? This panel addresses the support of African digital creative content from mobile media providers operating all across Africa. And I'd like to call on stage Dr. Tegan Bristow, who is the reason why I'm standing here today. I didn't see myself as an intermediary, but child. I could be the poster child of intermediaries. Let's welcome her with a warm round of applause.
All right, hi everybody. I hope you can hear me properly. Am I coming across well? Woo. Maybe too well. Okay. Yeah, thank you so much. I know it started raining here in Joburg, so people are finding their time to come in. We're going to start today's presentation with 2 online panelists, in fact. So the focus today is very much on mobile media and very specifically gaming, actually. And we've luckily got one of our panelists with us here today, so thank you so much. Kgosistle, who is in Johannesburg, is in fact very busy with regional work, so we'll start with him today. Kgosistle Poonyane is a group head of gaming services at the MTN Group, leading the development and execution of games as the VAS strategy. His achievements at MTN include leading the development and the launch of MTN's mobile gaming offering, MTN Arcade and MTN Game World, in South Africa, Nigeria, and Ghana, respectively. He has lots of experience in product development and marketing, and over 17 years of experience in digital content from telecoms, financial services, and media broadcast and advertising industries. So we'll ask Kgosi to please come online and share your presentation. Welcome. Let me... Great. Sorry, I'm holding the screen and watching him here. If we can get him on the screen. Kgosi. Oh, okay. So he'll be presenting to us. Okay, we're getting feedback. Thank you. Let me keep quiet.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I missed every single thing that...
I can't hear anything. Sorry, just please can you pause just a minute? Sorry, Kgosi. rainy days make for fun tech. Is he good now? Okay. Kgosi, can you talk about anything, the weather, just so we can hear you?
It reads as unmuted on our side, so I don't know if he needs to unmute on his side.
I would have loved to be there.
Here you are.
Is it coming through now?
Yes, thank you so much. You are. Please go ahead.
Take it from the top, huh?
Take it from the top. And what's really great is that more people have come into the room while we were having this. So the timing was perfect, actually. Go ahead. Thanks, Kgosi.
Okay, cool. Great. Should I share screens on my side, right?
Yes, please.
Okay, cool. Shall I start?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Tegan. I hope everybody's nice and settled in the room. My name is Kgosistle Poonyane.
I would have loved to be there, be part of the discussions in person, but I couldn't make it. But I made every effort to at least be available online, to be part of this exciting discussion and meeting of the minds. I've been part of Fak'ugesi for the past, this is my 3rd year now. So for me, it's quite exciting to be a part of this. I look after gaming for MTN Group. So I work, at the group and really looking after gaming and working with a couple of other digital services, but working with the rest of our markets in the 19 markets that we're in. So, quite excited to be here. It's always great to, be part of the ecosystem and be part of discussions around how to move creative content forward. If you give me a sec, I'm going to share my presentation now. Is it, can you see it, Tegan?
Yes, I can. Oh, wait, can I just see it? I'm just saying yes, but can you guys see it there?
And I'm hoping the audio is good. This is like
he's sharing
really
screen.
flying.
They don't see it just yet. Is it?
The interesting part is that I'm not even seeing screens of people. It's just a screen on the presentation in front of me, so it gets even scarier.
Please, can you try a reshare? Sorry, Kgosi. There we go. Yeah, brilliant.
Cool.
Thank you.
I wasn't seeing myself or seeing anyone else, so I was like,
we can
cool.
see you and your screen, so it's lovely. Go ahead. Thanks.
Great. Yeah. So as I said, I look after gaming at MTN Group. Our team, looks after various digital content that makes up, the digital services businesses at MTN. So I prepared a couple of slides just to kind of get us started and really get into the conversation around the role that we play to enable monetization of content. So as I start, I suppose the context for us at MTN, especially around what we do with digital content and how do we monetize and how do we become active in the space, is really driven around what I'd call 4 areas. The first one is the fact that, we have just around 180 million data subscribers. And this is a starting point for us to say we've got these customers that we know that they have smartphones, that we know that they consume digital content, that we know that part of the digital content that they consume sits in different areas, whether it's entertainment, education, health, etc. So this is an important starting point for us in terms of how we look at the opportunity, because our data subscribers really inform the opportunity for us because it sits within our customers, and we have to create value propositions and content services that appeal to this audience. So a big thing for us as the digital services, the different areas within that, as I explained, is that we work very hard to try and increase the amount of customers sitting in this database, right? Out of the 180 million, not everybody will like the products, but we work hard enough to have the right propositions to at least reach out and provide value to the 180 million data subscribers. The second point is an interesting trend that has taken place in the past couple of years, where if you think about traditionally what happens in the telco business is, the shift in the past couple of years for us was around a lot of the purchases of airtime or any form of connectivity has been around data bundles. So what you find is that more and more people are not purchasing, airtime vouchers. They're actually buying data bundles, and then every single thing that they use on their phone is of the data bundles. And what that does for us is kind of reshapes our traditional way of being able to monetize content, which was primarily on airtime billing. So what that means is that now there's bundles and a little bit less left in the traditional airtime wallet. So we really have to get creative around how we monetize in such a way that it benefits the customer who's buying data bundles versus traditionally or historically where the customer is buying airtime. So that really challenges that around how we monetize. The third interesting point and a very good point of departure is around subscriptions. So subscriptions to content services, subscriptions to apps is a really important part of how we monetize the content. In fact, it's a big driver of how we monetize content through our partnerships with content providers to make sure that the content gets to our customers. So subscriptions, and this comes in different formats. I was looking at stats and data from PwC that was done around the entertainment and media space 2022-2025, study from South Africa, Nigeria, and Kenya, which shows that subscriptions across, whether it's video services, whether it's gaming services, whether it's traditional content, makes up a bigger portion of revenue made out of digital services. What you will see also is that there's revenue that is advertised and driven, there's revenue that is pay as you go, if I could call it that, or pay as you use, but subscriptions takes a bigger portion of that. So that's a good starting point. So it kind of informs us as to the models that we go into, as to the type of value propositions that we put for customers using the content that we would partner with our content partners. And then the last point is that it's an important one. Platforms are important for us. Platforms as in when we do our content partnerships, we look at not individual pieces of content partnerships, so not a single movie or a single game. We look at content partners who have platforms that have a variety of content. So platform partners who have a variety of games within their app or website, content partners who have a variety of video content who still on an app on website, because what that does is it allows us to in turn create a value proposition that provides variety for customers so that when we monetize through subscriptions, it's worth their while. It also allows us to implement one of the biggest things that drive our subscriptions, which is micro billing. The micro billing where the subscriptions are broken down into very small prices. So we've got daily prices, weekly prices, and also your traditional monthly subscriptions. So the platform approach allows us to be able to put the commercial model in a way that allows for subscriptions that enables us to monetize through micro billing. So these four pillars are quite important in how we put together our approach towards how we monetize content. And the next slide really speaks to the segments. So as MTN, we have a segmentation that's based on pyramid in the middle, which really says our segments are made up of the entry-level market, which is really the bottom of the pyramid. That is where our prepaid customers are sitting. That is where the bulk of the base is sitting. We then get the emerging, which is where the increase of smartphones and increase of data usage starts emerging quite a lot. And then lastly, we have the higher value customers. That's where your high-end phones are being used quite a lot. That's where your high data consumption happens. And also that's where your contract, the postpaid customers are situated. So when you look at that, as you can see currently, a lot of our play and how we monetize content is sitting really in the entry and emerging markets. So that is your up until the lower part of the middle, so-called middle class across the different markets. And there we run subscription-based, branded, non-branded gaming, music, video services that we partner with content partners. And then we make value propositions out of those. And what we're increasingly looking at now is outside of those partnerships with platform providers, we then look at partnerships with marketplaces such as Google Play, App Stores, to facilitate the payments of those pieces of content through our airtime, through our bundles. The other interesting thing that we've started looking at is being able to also, along with our content partners, monetize through advertising within the same space. So this is quite an important and very key focus area for us in terms of where the core of what we do sits. When we look at growth areas going forward, is around the top half of the emerging segments and the high value segment. And there, as I said, is high quality content, leading content brands. That's where the opportunity around the likes of cloud gaming sits, opportunity around the likes of esports because of the high bandwidth usage, the opportunity also around partnering with well-known brands that provide video services, et cetera, et cetera. So this gives us a view of really how we approach our monetization. And then I'm sure already sitting there as a content creator, you kind of are starting to see where the opportunity may lie for the content that you make. And the question would then be, how do we open up those channels of communication to see how we partner and provide the content to our customers? I hope I'm still good on time, Tegan.
Yeah, you have a little bit of time. We would love to have some discussions, but yes, please go ahead.
Okay, cool. And then I presented this previously, is once we've kind of gone through the process of what I've just talked through in the 2 slides, we then, quite importantly, we have to distill who the customer is, because it's very good and well to say we have a platform full of content, we'll charge daily, as I said, we'll run it via subscriptions, we'll have a revenue share model with our partners, but the most important thing is who is going to consume its content. And then that's where we look at, our audiences within those segments, within the emerging segments, teens, young adults, within the entry segment, teen, young adults, and even within the high value segments, teen and young adults. Then obviously we look at the need states, right? Affordable data. This is why the phenomenon of data bundle recharges is quite important, because it speaks to affordable data need states, access to education. That speaks to the type of partnerships and platform partnerships we look at going forward. Skill development, again, speaks to that. And then the formal part really speaks to how we tap into the gaming, video streaming, and music spaces, because that's where that need state kind of resides. And then you'll see the interests. As you can see, music is quite predominant, but we're seeing the others pick up every year. So this really gives us a good view of, if we're sitting across the table with a content creator and we like what they're presenting to us, we're thinking about how to put a value proposition. These are some of the things that we look at to make sure that at the end of the day, we have a offering that will generate interest from customers so that we're able to monetize the content together. And then from that, we will do our revenue share with the content creators. And then the last, which is the last of the slides, so that we can then get into conversation. So really what we've seen is that 3 areas of huge opportunity that we have a couple of case studies on in terms of how we've done it in a way that I think would be very interesting towards the conversation we're having today. So the gaming opportunity, which is $2 billion there, by 2025 in the continent, the video opportunity, which is $1.5 billion, 2025, and then music to reach 125 subscribers in 2025. So if you take these, some of the things that we have done around monetizing here in Uganda, our team there, which is quite interesting. We've had a phenomenon around freemium, where the value proposition and the partnerships we did are really around partnering with a content provider who has a platform of games, and the whole platform is subscription and all ad monetization. It does have a component of, if you want to buy a token to play against a person, you could do that. But at the core of it is ad sponsored. So what that really means is that the revenue share there with our content providers is purely off advertising. This is quite different, popular in other areas. So it's quite popular in what happens in the OTT space, where the likes of Google and Apple are. But in the telco space, where we have airtime wallets, ad-sponsored, monetizations aren't that popular. So in Uganda, we've done that. In fact, it's become so important that we do this. We started to do case studies of doing it across, a few other markets. We're looking at that in South Africa as well, and a few other markets where our platform strategy really, really, really drives commercialization and monetization around adverts and the freemium offerings. In the video space, we've got a very interesting partnership in Congo, Brazzaville, and West Africa, where we funded in partnership with one of our video partners there, TNN, telling the guy, where we actually put up funds to get localized content created. Because the platform resonates so much with our audience, we funded the creation of that, and then the revenue share from the subscription to the platform is shared between ourselves and the content producers. And on top of that, we've also unlocked billing of mobile money, which is our mobile wallet payments. So over and above airtime billing, we've got mobile money billing, meaning we've unlocked more ways of monetizing that content that we've co-funded with the platform. And this is an interesting one, because what it speaks to is a couple of things. One is the importance of localized content, which really speaks to kind of the conversation of today or the next couple of days. And then the importance of playing more in the ecosystem. And then lastly, relevance. We found that relevance of local content in a French-speaking country by locals really allowed us to put together a value proposition that we monetized quite well, and in turn, where I was able to have a commercial model that's very sustainable. In MTN South Africa,
Hi, can we come back to MTN South Africa? And we've been reading your things here, and you can see the models. And what I want to just say to everybody in the room, the reason that this is very an exciting presentation for me is because one of the things that we've been finding is that because mobile media providers like MTN have so many subscribers, and it seems to be like a fight between subscription, like how the mobile money people basically get subscribers or get people to pay for data to access that, and then the balance between how then people then access content. So it's very exciting for me that Kgosi has dealt with this, the balance between the subscriber models and how they work as a business from there, and how they're working within those models to try and give access to content. So Kgosi, I'm being unfair and cutting you off early, but I'm going to come back to you and ask you very specifically about that last bit. And I'm going to ask Alon to come on and just speak to us a little bit about what he's doing. So he hasn't been working with us for that much, and is not specifically for the digital creative sector. Alon is Partnership Development Manager at Google Play, and as part of Alon's role, he works closely with app developers in SSA and the MEA regions, supporting growth and success to Android. Alon's key mission is to support local developer ecosystem, and prior to Google, he worked for leading analytics and ad network firms in leadership roles. Alon brings a wealth of experience in building app-centered business and cross multiple verticals. So thank you, Alon. If you could, I'll come and sit on stage with you actually, and you can go ahead and tell us a little bit more about your work and how you working with Africans to get their content online. Does it help for me to sit?
Sure. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Perfectly.
Great. Amazing. Hi, everyone. Nice to meet you. Very happy to be here. My name is Alon Chikorel. I'm based out of Tel Aviv, Israel, working at Google. For the past 10 years, I've been working in the mobile apps industry in various roles and companies. Today at Google, I'm actually part of the business development team of Google Play. I work with app developers directly to help them build amazing experiences and viable businesses on Android. For instance, I can mention that I work very closely with Showmax, the subscription video on demand company, to help them boost their performance and revenues and the user experience of the app in sub-Saharan Africa. So very happy to be here.
Great, that was really short and sweet. Maybe I didn't have to make Kgosistle be a bit shorter, but we also have someone in the room, Catherine, who joins us from Safaricom and from Kenya. So Catherine is Senior Strategy Manager for Media and Entertainment with Safaricom in Kenya. Catherine is a seasoned professional who's at the intersection of new media and telecommunication, driving new business growth while building holistic and long-term partnerships. She has 14 years of experience with working in TV and media space, building strategic partners, deal structuring negotiations, TV channel management and operations, and 7 years in the telecommunications industry, driving strategy, content partnership, and new business. Lots of work. Great. Can you come up, please? Oh,
thank you.
I feel like we didn't get a clap for everybody else. Let's do that. Alon and Kgosistle, yay!
Thank you.
Great.
Thank you. Thank you. And the fact that I'm the only person here, so I'm going to take all the space. But today is just that introduction that I just had. I just wear two hats. That of strategy as well as a commercial hat, and more so towards the digital space that we are talking about. But besides representing a telco, that is Safaricom PLC, based in Kenya, very passionate about the media entertainment space that I've been there for over 13 years. So I wear those two hats. So today we'll focus more not on the telco, but what the telco Safaricom is aiming to do, and especially around the content business. So who's Safaricom? For the sake of everyone or anyone here who doesn't know who Safaricom is, we are a telecom business, meaning that our core business is more around voice, messaging, data. That's our core business. We are based in Kenya, and we've just launched in Ethiopia just like 2 weeks ago. So that's part of our long-term strategy. So we've expanded into Ethiopia first as a telco business, and then we'll go in and offer other services. So in a nutshell, Safaricom in Kenya, over 65% market share, around 39.9 million subscribers, and last 5-6 years, we began our journey in investing beyond our core business. Any telco will tell you that, well, it's good to build the road, it's good to provide the communication, but without a doubt, it is time to invest beyond your core. So what has Safaricom done in terms of investing, and what I will share with you today? We've gone into the content business, and I will show you, what role we actually play in the business. So what's our inch in terms of the creative industry, or how do we see ourselves and how have we positioned ourselves? So when you see this, there is a part where we say there's own the mall and then there's own the shop. It's the quickest way to say what's our positioning. Without a doubt, telcos have indeed a choice. So we have the big boys, the YouTube, the Google, the Uber, the Airbnbs. The companies that are in the business of providing a two-sided marketplace business. We too are going into that space. And I'll tell you why. We, as a telco, we get to work with very many content providers every other day. My colleagues have mentioned, we get requests from partners like the likes of Showmax. They come to us. Netflix will come to the table. Very many other partners will come. They have their ready platforms, and they want to work with telcos. And why do they want to work with telcos? Because telcos have access to the subscribers. They have the data. They have the customers. So that's the reason why they want to come to us. Now, we can only deal with so many of them at any one point. So the only way for any telco to do business is to create a marketplace. So that is what we are working on as we speak, so that we are able to organize all our content providers, service providers together. Mike, I've seen you have your service. It will fit perfectly well inside that marketplace, and very many other partners that we work with. Now, owning the shop, and I'll take you through what we have done so far. We do own shops, and we have two shops. One is called Base Music and Base Video, and I'm sure you'd wonder, why would a telco want to create a shop? We have the likes of Netflix, Showmax, Boomplay, music, video gaming, you name it. They are there to satisfy a customer segment, provide certain content to a specific segment. We are also in that business. But for us, as Safaricom, The way we see it, it's about the reason why we want to own the shop is because we have content creators in the country, and they have amazing content, very specific local content. That content may not sit with the likes of Showmax, Netflix, but we can give them that avenue to monetize their content. So that's what motivates us. So I'll show you how we've done it and the progress that we have made, but that's the reason why we have decided to sit on both sides. So we want to own them all, but we also do own the shop. So that's our positioning, and that is how we make a mark. So how do we do this? We can't do it, of course, by ourselves. So partnerships are key. And I mean partnerships with regards to the creators, artists, people who are providing us with their assets, or partners who have their own ready platforms. We work with everybody. What kind of brands are we creating out there? It's about brands that resonates with our audiences, brands that offering the sort of variety for our content, for our audiences. With regards to the legal and the regulatory framework, this space is very new, and we must influence. So we do work with the government quite a bit to be able to influence the kind of decisions that they make around the OTTs, the content business in general. Content marketing, and it is something I'll share towards the end, to say we've done this and some of the challenges that we are facing. Awareness is very critical for this business. It's a young business. If you do not market it, then chances are nobody even knows about it. So customer education is very key for us. Platforms is everything. My colleague has talked about platforms. What kind of platforms are we putting in there to be able to drive the entire ecosystem? People, it's a no-brainer. Without the human beings who will be able to drive your business, that's very critical. So that's how we do it. Down there, you can see a couple of brands and a couple of services that we have built. So we have your base music, base video, we have an education platform, we have gaming, and then we have our core business. Our core business is what we call, the VAS that is provided through the traditional telco business. Now, what is our approach? And I think I've mentioned this. The way we are taking this and how we engage the industry is we build our own, but at the same time, we like to work with third-party partners. Main reason, because they offer variety. If you look at Showmax, if you look at Netflix, they all come in with a totally different, unique positioning. So hence the reason why it's important for us to partner with them so that we are giving our audiences that sort of variety. Our own digital services, I think I won't delay by that point, is to say we need our creators to have a home where they can actually monetize our content. So I'll just quickly go through what base video and music is. So it is, overall, it's a mobile first. For us, we took a mobile first because that's where the numbers are. We do run a fiber home business, but that is also, it's big in terms of numbers, but it's not as big as the mobile audiences. So it's a subscription. I know Mike talked about, is subscription the model for Africa. And the truth of the matter is, he has a point. We are price sensitive, and we take that into account. We have kicked off the subscription base because it comes in together data and content. That is how we enable the access. We position ourselves more on local content because when we see our faces, when we tell our stories, it's a better conversation. In terms of offering, it's more drama for video, drama, comedy, faith-based. Those are the genres that are indeed working. For music, it's more audio, it's radio, it's podcasts. We interact with both local, regional, and international video and music providers. You can access it anytime, anywhere. Flexible subscription, meaning that a customer can come in, do daily, weekly, monthly, give them that sort of flexibility. We are in that environment. I've mentioned the data plus content. It's important. Before we actually began, where customers would have a subscription, content subscription, and then you'd have data. Then we found that customers were, this is too much. Why do I need to pay twice? So as telco, we said, okay, bring these together so the customer gets to only see one price and bring that price so affordable to make sure that customers are able to actually access the content. It is web-based for video, and there's a reason why we went web-based. The truth of the matter is we have over 20 million customers who have feature-based phones. They don't have the space to download apps. And therefore, web becomes our first in terms of marketing. We do have the app, but in terms of marketing, we push for the web. So before I end this, I felt that it's important to take you through what we've been through and what have we done about it, and what I think is the essence of this conversation. We as telcos, we do understand our position, which is to enable, to distribute, and to help the industry actually monetize. But the honest truth is, we are not where we are supposed to be in terms of digital services. We are nowhere near. And the biggest hindrances is around devices. Very few customers who have smartphones so that they are able to access the content. So what has Safaricom done with that is in 2020, we partnered with Google, Facebook, and device manufacturers, where we said we want to make sure that we have as many smartphones in the hands of our audiences. So there was a device that was put in the hands of our customers. We brought in an affordable way of how customers can be able to get access to it. So you pay 1,000, that's around 10 USD as an upfront cost. Then every day we get to deduct you 20 bob. So it becomes affordable for the customers to be able to afford the smartphones. So that is going very well, and it is the role of telcos to do exactly that, because if you do not have smartphone devices, then the digital services, businesses is going nowhere, to be honest. Affordability, which is around the cost. How much do you charge for content? How much do you charge for data? I know it becomes a conversation where we say, telcos have still not brought the cost down. I can tell you without a doubt. We have brought the cost down. To be very specific for Safaricom, I know it should even go lower than that, but the cost per MB has gone significantly down. And when we bundle content plus data, for like us, base music, you get access to it for only 10 bob per day, and it contains data in it. Around customer education awareness, we found that customers actually don't understand, one, how to access, what is video on demand, what is this streaming. So we need to educate as much as possible. So that for us is one, we've gone into the content marketing business just to make sure that we are communicating that content and the digital services. It's a lifestyle. So as to make sure that as many customers are taking up the services. Now, exclusive content, people want to go in and find that there's fresh content every other day. And the truth of the matter is our creators don't have much. So what have we done as Safaricom? We have introduced a model called the pre-licensing model. So where we work with different content creators, pump in a bit of money. We are very aware as a telco that we are not the creators. We enable them. So we put in some money. They are able to produce some exclusive content that will then be put on to our platforms. And I'll stop there.
Great. Thank you so much, Catherine. And thank you, Kgosistle and Alon, for joining us. So I kind of brought these guys into here because I sat at a presentation from MTN at our students' Game Jam event, where they've been really working with our students to support their practices, taking like winners into publication, etc. And I was really surprised by the South African head of MTN's conversation around how they were pushing the subscription models. And the subscription model was now they were trying to find out how they could use the content to pull the subscription model. So for instance, how can you get people to play games to get more data, right? And how could you then, incentivize people to get more data, essentially? And how do you then move people from sort of pay-as-you-go into subscription models? And again, the question of the phone was really significant to that as well. Does anyone have questions here very specifically to the audience members yet? I'm also keeping a thing online.
So, Catherine, I'll speak to you a little bit. So, just also to say that we were expecting someone from Adama from Orange Shonatel, and they've just started a startup studio in Senegal. And that startup studio, because they've just started it, they were going to come and speak, but then they were feeling a bit shy that they weren't quite sure what they were doing yet, so they're not joining us today. But we hope to engage them in the conversations going forward. And I hope that maybe Dirk can also touch. You do work with them already, I think, actually. Yeah. Yes. Hi.
Thanks, Tegan. Thanks, Catherine. Are you perhaps in a position to give an idea of subscriber numbers on the video and music offering, plus minus?
I'll be very honest. I'll not give you the exact numbers because we are, how would I say it? We are at the very beginning. Music, we kicked off November last year. Video, that was in 2020. The numbers are still very modest. But just to give you a rough idea is, let me not indicate the numbers, but we are still in the hundreds. We are a telco, we should be in bigger numbers than that. Mike gave you a good example. Showmax at 1%. Overall, anyone who's in the subscription business right now is around 1%. Very tiny numbers. Not more than 300,000, to be very honest. And it's because of the issues that we are facing. Devices, affordability, customer education, all that it has contributed to where we are. And I do think that telcos have the key to unlocking this. And once we sort out the devices and the data, I think it will be a no-brainer. Yeah. And also the business model, by the way. Advertising could be a model, is a model that must be considered without a doubt.
If I may add, just for context, Skiza, do you have the numbers in terms of CRBTs? Because this isn't their first venture into capital. So the first one was Ringback Tones, which did extremely well to the mass market. So it's now moving that market over into video content.
Digital, I was shying away from mentioning it. In fact, I did bring it out because Skiza to us is traditional. And we are moving our customer base indeed from the traditional way of consuming into the digital. But as Mike says, it is what we've done with Skiza is the same thing we are trying to do through the digital services. In short, giving a platform where we bring in our artists and then they're able to monetize. It's a business that has done very well in its millions of subscribers and in terms of revenues. And we are trying to duplicate the same for the digital services. So, in a nutshell.
Great. All right, I think there's another question in front.
Okay, I'm in the animation space, so I was wondering if you have anything on your platform for animation, and also for someone like me who creates content, what's it going to look like, especially knowing that you don't have those high numbers now? So is it possible that I'm on your platform and I'm also on another, maybe on MTN platform? And are you open to search as well, or it's just strictly like exclusive, to your platform?
Okay. So first, animation, not as big, because what we do is more on the gaming side, and we work with different partners, more so international ones. Africa animation, still very young. We are open to, of course, partnering with anyone who is already in that space. Exclusivity, no, we are not stuck on exclusivity. By nature of us being a telco and being the biggest telco, we are obligated to make sure that it's open for all. So we are not hung up. You can come in, work with a competitor, come work with Safaricom. We understand. You could also be on other platforms like YouTube. You could be anywhere else. It all depends on the kind of engagement, but we are overall very free for you to come on board and we all get to monetize, because that's the role of telcos. They help you distribute and monetize.
I would like to, I'd like to ask the same question to Kgosistle and also Alon, if they can answer your same question about how they may work with African animators. Kgosi, did you hear that? And then Alon?
Yeah, so, it's quite an interesting one. our approach has been around, broadening the verticals that we operate in. So we know that music is popular. So we initially had a MTN-owned music service, Music Time, a couple of years ago. We know that video is popular, and we have very localized partnerships that also allow for partnerships directly with content creators. Then we've got gaming, where we've got a couple of leading platforms. One of them is with Gameloft, and then the other with our partners. And there again, we've been able to, along with our platform partners, reach out to game developers who have the right quality of games, or we have the games that appeal to the audience, and then put them on there. We did that in Nigeria. We did something in Ghana. One of the guys who worked with us, Letias there in Ghana, who's one of the developers there. What we've also looked at is broadening that space. So comics, animations, and what we're looking to do there is, because of the lack of strong aggregators of animations, as much as there is in music, video, and gaming, we are refreshing our storefront that we started in 2010 called MTN Play. So we are refreshing that store, the marketplace, to be able to firstly do the specific verticals and then allow for newer, uncategorized pieces of content. So e-health, learning, animations, comics, etc. So the answer is yes, we as part of broadening the verticals that we provide content for, we're looking to the likes of animation and a few others through our MTN Play platform. And what that's going to allow us to do is reopen the direct relationship with content creators over and above platform providers.
Great, thank you so much. Alon, would you like to add here? And then I see Beth.
Yeah, so very quickly, I would say that largely content is the most important piece in every company that I work with. So I work with a lot of companies, especially in the media and entertainment section, where, for instance, I can see companies who have rights to broadcast the World Cup, right? Or companies who have rights from HBO with their TV collections. It instantly makes them the largest in the category, regardless of how quality their app is or how good the experience is. It can be a very bad experience, but still they own the most desired content. So bring that to the ground. So first of all, it depends what type of content you create and what is the best vehicle to distribute that content to your target audience. Obviously, in my space, if the best vehicle is for a mobile app, then we at Google Play can do a lot to help app developers build better apps and monetize the content in the best way possible for developers and users alike. But it can also be like a content generation that is mostly suitable for platforms such as YouTube, obviously. Then it's a completely different beast naturally. So yeah, largely if it's for a mobile app, it definitely falls under my circle, and we have a lot of programs to help app developers distribute their content, whatever that is, to the most suitable audiences and earn money from it.
Great, that's really interesting to know. Thank you, Alon. I think we haven't really spent enough time looking at how Google is working on the continent, but I know that they're investing really a lot in being here. They've put in a new line. They're wanting to make, for instance, South Africa one of the cloud locations. I think they've got a line coming into Nigeria. So there's a fair amount of interest in how Google can also help develop apps. I know this is a very different framework from where you and Kgosistle are sitting. Beth, you had a question.
Great. Yeah, perfect. So Bethlehem from Ethiopia. Hi, everyone. So one question for Catherine is, yay, congratulations for launching in Ethiopia. But my question now is really on, maybe you're not definitely in that region, but at least if you have a little bit of insight, then it would be great to know if you're also launching and coming with those packages in Ethiopia as well, like for gaming and for films basically. And if so, what do they look like? What opportunities do they open up? Because one of the biggest challenges in Ethiopia for not creating something to bring in foreign currency is there is literally a very big challenge for basically getting any kind of payment transactions digitally. And there are currently a lot of communications happening around the African border on what kind of payment systems that we're going to have, but does Safaricom come with that option too?
Well, we do have a separate team that sits in Ethiopia that is working on the digital services aspect. So I'll not be in a position to comment in detail, but right now our key focus is to get as many subscribers as possible. This is as years back when we kicked off in Kenya. So we are at the very beginning. So trying to get as many customers taking up, Safaricom SIM. Once we do that and we have the numbers, then we now start to put the services on top. But I do have sight that indeed there will be music, there will be video, there will be that whole array of services that will be put on top. But not in a position to give you the exact details. But I mean, we are at the acquisition stage, trying to get as many customers as possible, and then how then do we keep them and make them stick? Yeah. So it will be a no-brainer when the time comes. Yeah.
Great, thank you. Any more questions in the room? No. Well, thank you for the questions that you have shared. And I think, one of the things, the reason I've invited you here is because you're very new to be speaking to the digital creative sector. And I really hope that we can start building bigger conversations between especially the African mobile media providers and how they can help and support getting content out. I think one of the things that was really interesting for me earlier in the sort of animation-orientated panel, and Mike was here. He was kind of like the fox in the room, and I was really hoping that more people would pick up on that. There was a lot of conversation between offline, like going out into the communities and showing people on screens versus actually what the digital content is. And what I'm finding really interesting about the mobile media space is that you're grappling with exactly the same thing. There's an audience group who are in the rural areas, who are far out of, maybe even out of reach of access, who also don't have a lot of money to spend. The way Safaricom, you were explaining, I think MTN does a similar thing where you have small payments on a daily basis rather than big subscriptions, is dealing with it in the same way. And I often wonder if there's an opportunity, like in the old days of MTN, Kgosi, I'm sure you remember when we were young, that the MTN used to do road shows around the country to try and get subscribers, and maybe there's ways to kind of mix the animation road shows with the service providers road shows and kind of see how African content can be accessed through those spaces in different ways. I'd love to see more of that. I think we are kind of heading into the end of the session. We were super late today, and you've all done an amazing job of presenting your work to this community. And what I'd like to do is actually just go around the room again, starting with Kgosi, going to Alon, and coming back to you, Catherine, just to give me your sort of last resounding statements on how you're wanting to work with the digital creative industries, any kind of insights or focuses there based on today's discussion. And then before we do that, I just want to say that we are going to be breaking out into rooms like we did yesterday, so open forum frameworks. We'll be having 3 rooms in person and 3 rooms online. And in this time, we won't actually be breaking up specifically into subsector groupings, but we will be asking everybody in the room to bring their agendas for a roadmap. So also think about this conversation today and the ones that we've had before. What are the kinds of things that you would like to bring to a roadmap for intermediaries in the digital creative industries? And maybe one of them is also connecting with mobile media providers in different ways. Sorry, just planting that seed there. Kgosi, I will start with you to give us your final statements. And please, actually, I'm sorry, I cut you short, and I really shouldn't have apologized. If you wanted to add that additional thing of what you were doing in South Africa with the music. Thank you so much.
Yeah, so maybe let me start there. So, the collar tunes, CRBT, is quite a popular, in fact, it's probably one of the oldest so-called VAS or value-added services that we've been able to provide as telcos. So where artists are able to monetize specific songs of theirs by having them as ringtones. So in South Africa, we got quite a lot of partnerships where we actually run the road shows. In the road shows, the artist is there and the artist is the one communicating what the song is about, getting the people to subscribe to that collar tune for as little as, I think like 50 cents a day or so. So that was quite an interesting way also of outside of, generating revenues out of performances, the collar tunes monetization is a very interesting and lucrative one where we've been able to help local content creators monetize their music. I think just in addition, as I said, with our intention is to have an increasingly deeper entrenchment into the ecosystem. As Catherine said, a lot of these are easier said than done, in terms of how to really get closer to the ecosystem, but in a way that allows the fact that our core business is not content, but still do it in a way that when we partner on content, it makes commercial sense. So we continue to partner with as many local developers through, specific aggregators, specific content providers. And, one of the reasons we're part of Fak'ugesi, one of the reasons that MTN South Africa guys came to speak to the vet students is we're really trying to figure out a way of getting closer to the ecosystem, because we believe that you can't monetize from an ecosystem that you haven't played a part in building. So we're really also strategically trying to see how we leapfrog into the next level of doing digital services. And, invariably, it always comes to the fact that you got to be in the ecosystem. We've got to figure out ways of growing it. So that's a very big part of MTN digital services, is empowering the ecosystem. And then we've got platforms, as an example, that we've seen how freemium works very well. And we're really working at models that allows us to do freemium. We've got a messenger app called Ayoba that has zero-rated data on it. And there we've got free games, free playlists. And through the insights from that, we're getting closer to really coming up with partnerships that really resonate with the African audience. I think in the past, we've been able to do partnerships that are similar to what's been done internationally. And now we're increasingly working towards tailor-making as we go. So very excited to be part of the conversations. Look forward to more content being created and more content being brought forward. And then looking forward to really, disrupting the commercial models together going forward.
Great, thank you, Kgosi. I know Kgosi was throwing around those keywords like collaborating with distributors, collaborating with aggregators, and following our conversations this morning, we know how few there are on the continent. So those of you out there, get busy. So we'll follow with Alon, just to give us your last comments and insights.
Yeah, so I would say very broadly that if you generate or share content digitally, Google can help you. But it's on you to find the best opportunity for us to help you, because there are many types of programs and opportunities and events that we drive locally in Sub-Saharan Africa and in South Africa specifically that could help founders and content generators to start, right? So I'm sending you with this very broad message. And I would also generally, obviously as Google, we always work with the big players. Naturally they drive most of the revenues. But I believe in every division that I'm aware of at Google, we are always reserving resources for the smaller players, for the indie companies or developers, or for the smallest creators, so we could also help them thrive and grow their businesses. It has been always a priority for Google to distribute its resources across the many types and sizes of companies. So I want you to know that we probably have a way to support you, but it's very hard to capture everything that we do in South Africa right here to help you out. Just to name a few, just last year we have committed to invest $1 billion in Africa. And as part of this very massive fund, I've been lucky to be in the investment committee fund of the $50 million that we are investing in African startups. And we have already declared a few startups for that fund. We've also have the Black Founders Fund, which we've invested in dozens of local startups in Sub-Saharan Africa. We have the Indie Game Accelerator to support indie game developers and help them grow their businesses. We have the Google for Startups that supports local South African founders establishing their companies and starting up and meeting them with the resources that they need to build a company. So the amount of resources and programs that we have is really wide and big. And I really invite you to think about how can Google help you, and then found the opportunity, because there are many activities that we are pulling in South Africa and globally. Yeah. So again, very happy to be here. I wish that I could be there in person and meeting you after the session, but I wish you good luck and great rest of the day.
Great, thank you so much, Alon. And I think, just a reminder that, Google have been partnering with Malio Games in Nigeria and on that gaming startup, which is really looking at taking games to mobile. And so it's very interesting to hear their focus on investment. Catherine, hi.
All right. So for me, my parting shot is, we are not the creators, neither are we the owners of the IP. We do know our position, and that is to help the industry grow. And we are here to support in every way. I mean, when we sit on this other side, the interest is there. Consumers are there. They want to consume content. There's huge interest, and it cuts across video, music, gaming, you name it, animation. It's there. I think for me, my push to you as anyone who creates content is always put the customer in the room. In fact, yesterday the conversation we were having in the breakouts is saying who's missing in the room. Always put the customer in the room, because the customer, indeed, without a doubt, wants the content, but if you're not giving them the type of content they want, they'll not get hooked. So the push is more create content that resonates. When you're starting the very beginning, content that resonates with the audiences, but we are here to support you. We are here to distribute, to enable you, to make sure that the digital creative space picks up and is what it is. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Round of applause for everybody, yay. Thank you so much for everybody who's here. So if you are online and you would like to stay on a little bit for the breakouts, we're going to create automatically online, so I'm just going to speak to the online people first, even though I'm looking at you all in the eye here. For the online people, you're going to be put into a breakout room. We're not doing it specifically by sector. Isabelle, Ingrid Kopp from Electric South will be moderating one of them. I'll be moderating one of them. And so will Minkolisi, my research assistant. And then in the room, we're going to do the same as yesterday. We're going to have one room here, one room there, one room there. If you can just split yourselves up, like evenly generally. If it ends up being 2 rooms, that's also okay. And we've got Site, who's going to help out. I've also asked Isabelle, but I don't see her where she is right now. And we've also got, who else did I ask? Sorry, I'm just trying to open the list of people. But yeah, we can go ahead and start doing that. Let me just get my list of who's going to be moderating rooms. And essentially what we're doing here today, and I'm not going to put it up, so please remember, we're going to be making note of the things that we'd like to take forward into roadmap for the digital creative industries intermediaries. What are the things that we need to think about? What are the things that would come onto a roadmap agenda? What needs to come first? What are the important matters that need to be dealt with? Obviously, we've dealt with so much over the last 2 days. So if you've got 1 or 2 key points that you'd like to put in there, please do. So what I haven't spoken about yet, because it's a very kind of closed door thing, but a lot of the people in this room will be joining us to sit for 2 days, actually, just putting together a roadmap and a dissemination strategy for how we talk about intermediaries and how intermediaries are engaging with other parts of the sector across the African continent. So we'll be taking these and bringing them to the table tomorrow when we start making the roadmap together. So let me just get the moderators for the room, but the online people can go already, and I'll be joining you shortly. Let me see, moderators, where are you? So Isabelle, Mike, yes, you're the one you had asked you to be one of them, so you can be here. Dale Deacon, has he come yet? Has anyone seen him anywhere? Okay, and Sita. So Sita is here. So Sita, if you don't mind going to that room there. Mike, you can stay here. And are they still using that other room for the interviews? Do you know? So then maybe we kind of have another subgroup over here, and that would be Isabelle or Eduardo or anyone else who feels like taking that. Okay, great, thanks. Mike, are you good to take the mantle over here? So feel free to just discuss, take your time, and then after that at 5 o'clock, for the people who are in the room, we'll be having dinner. I don't know if the rain has messed that up, but we'll be getting there soon. Thank you very much, everybody. Okay. To me, I don't know if you wanted to help. Sorry, I don't know.
Do you need a mic?